names like that. This name like this now. If Okoro, what do you say was your name? Umukoro. If that was her main name, she will not go private school. Well, I'm sure she went to private school with the way she's speaking. I think I know some faces here. It get what I want to talk, but I never still get that kind of voice. Your voice go deep. This one, if I use that joke, it will beat me. Sir, please. Can I know you, sir? Please stand up. Please, what's the name, please?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua B. Daniel, co-founder of Ingada.
Co-founder of?
Ingada. Ingada.
Ingada. Like Agada. Or what's happening? Like
Ingada is a digital product that helps you check in these words, enables everyone to check into the program this morning.
Okay. Wanna clap for Anna? True? Yeah, doing well, my bro. We'll go link up later. Maybe you can help me run one or two things. So, all of una voice just they sound deep. Una get money. At the time we voice go sound like we get 2.5 for your account only. I never see him. But I'm sure as the event goes on, I will get to pick out those ones una they high. I know all of you. So, take time, ask somebody their names, get to know them, network, and we'll be right back. Please continue.
Hello, everyone. So I'm back again, and I'm welcoming you once again to the B.I.G Conference themed Kaizen. Have we ever heard the word Kaizen? Have we ever heard the word Kaizen? Okay, honestly, this is like my first time. When I saw the flyer, it was my first time hearing the word Kaizen, and I had to go make research. So I want to see if there are other researchers here. Can someone just briefly, before I bring up our founder, can someone briefly tell us what Kaizen means? Some people are already opening their phones. ChatGPT, straight up. Briefly, tell us what Kaizen means. Anyone? Okay, sorry.
Okay, so the word is Kai and Zen. So Kai means change and Zen means better. So basically, what's the theme? It is steady growth. I think small steps, steady growth. So the small steps that you take every single day, what you do daily, that helps you to get to where you want to go. So small steps, steady growth, yes.
Let's give her a round of applause. Beautiful. So Kaizen simply means small steps, steady growth. So when I say Kaizen, we'll respond with small steps, steady growth. Are we ready? Kaizen 2026. The B.I.G Conference 2026. Put your hands together for yourself. So to officially set today's tune, we'll be bringing up someone who understands the vision of the B.I.G Conference. Our one and only founder of the B.I.G Conference, we have Miss Jane Agadia. I think we should be on our feet and give her a round of applause. You can do better than that. We have Gen Zs here. You can do better than that. She is a powerhouse, a real powerhouse. She invited everyone here. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good morning. Please let's keep on clapping. I can see Omo. It's such a pleasure. Please let's have our seats. Thank you. Once again, I apologize for the delay. Some of these things they just happened. So it's supposed to start about an hour ago, and I apologize sincerely for the delay. Okay, I heard someone say Kaizen means change and positive, something positive. So if you were in the session yesterday, I'm sure that person was in the session yesterday when I broke it down. Kaizen is gotten from two words, Kai and Zen, which is, Kai means change, and Zen means something good. So it means change for the better. I often say this when I was younger. The first video, the first thing I came across when I opened the YouTube page, when I first came across YouTube, was a TEDx speech. I saw someone speaking on TEDx, on a TEDx stage, and do you know what that did to my mind? So I can't remember exactly the person, I can't remember what the speech was about, but I can never ever forget how that speaking, how that experience made me feel. I still remember how I felt. I felt different. I felt like someone was standing on a platform, and it was so inspiring to me. And growing up, I think I saw that when I was around 10 or 11. So growing up, it was like a desire in me. Back then as a teenager, it was just a desire in me to stand on stages. That was just my desire. But the funny thing is that over time, as I grew from teenager into adulthood, I began to have experiences and lessons and things that God was bringing my way that made me want to create platform to not just stand on stage, but to actually have a message to pass. So back then, like I said, growing up earlier, it was just for me to stand on stage. But coming 18, coming 19, the desire transcended from just standing on stage, just building platforms to stand on stage, but then to have a solid message to pass. And what has been the message all this while? The message has been, as God lays burdens in my heart about young people, about development, about changes in the environment, I want to translate that and help other young people gain exposure. Not just any exposure, but the right exposure that they need. And one of the biggest things I've been passionate about is to change the narrative of worry, to change the poor narrative people have about Delta State. And that led to the creation of the B.I.G platform. Let's put our hands together for that. So the B.I.G Conference was started because we want to create platforms where young people can converse, network, share ideas, talk about opportunities, pitch, and just in a better sense, expose themselves. Just like me, as the 11-year-old who just stumbled into a TEDx video, I also want to create that opportunity whereby people can come together and we can plant seeds of transformation in their hearts. And that was one of the goals for this year's conference. So the theme, like I said last year, was deeply laid in my heart by God, because God was enlightening me about my process. I was complaining. I was a point last year, I was complaining that I wasn't moving fast. And God was showing me my journey and how my experiences can even be lessons to others. So as you are here today, just know that you have a whole lot of generation attached to you. There's so much you can do. There's so much innovation you can birth. So as you are here, you listen, you pay attention to the sessions. You're not just coming here to listen to inspiring speeches, but you're coming here because we want to plant seeds of transformation in you that would create ripple effects in the society at large. So once again, welcome to the B.I.G Conference 2026. And I am so delighted that you are all here. Thank you so, so much.
Let's give her another round of applause. That was beautiful, that was brief, and that was straight to the point. So currently we'll be recognizing some very important people in our midst. As we know that the B.I.G Conference is not just about gathering people as a corporate event, but it's about being impactful. It wants to impact in our lives, so that we have Kaizen, which means small steps, but what? Steady growth. Thank you. So we have some schools in our midst, and I don't like the energy you are giving me. I had to ask my co-host, are we sure that there are students here? Are there students here? I don't think so. Or maybe we have more graduates than students. Are there students here? If you are from Petroleum Training Institute, make some noise. Abba. I want to see them. Please, if you are from Petroleum Training Institute, be on your feet. They are denying their schools. Oh, wow. Put your hands together for them. You're welcome. If you are from the Federal University of Petroleum Resources, EFRU, make some noise. Not them, not them. But you people are not giving me the vibe, and there are comrades here. Comrades, do something now. If you are from the Federal University of Petroleum Resources, EFRU, make some noise. I was expecting to hear say Bogbo, say Gbagba. Say it again, please. Who give una best in Africa? Have you heard of Obafemi Awolowo University? Okay, so I think we have other schools. Is Delsu here? Delslites, make some noise. Only 2 Delslites, they beat Fupri. So each and every one of you, no matter where you're from, your schools, you are welcome. So we have some sponsors and partners around, which we'll be mentioning their names much later. And then to our speakers, although we don't have all of them here present, but we have with us Mr. Victory Igelobo. Did I get it? You can do better than that. The vibe is coming up. We have with us Mr. Oh, I'm going to murder this name. I'm sorry, sir. Mr. No Chirionye Chigozie. I think it's Gozie Clothings. You're welcome, sir. So we are expecting Mrs. Ogenegare Abokwara. I don't know if she's here. Okay, we're expecting other speakers. Put your hands together for yourselves once again. Now, I want us to do just a very brief exercise. If you have a phone, bring out your phone. Oh, wow. People don't have phones too. If you have a phone, bring out your phone. Whether it's Android or it's iPhone, bring it out. Be proud of your phone. Be proud of your phone. Some people's iPhone, their cameras are bad. Your Android is even clearer. All right? So just look at the person next to you. I'm sure we already know our seat partner's name, right? So you've not done your connections yet. Look at your seat partner and ask, please, what's your name? What do you do? Because you may just find one of your business partners here or a collaborator. Don't be scared. Ask Mr. Victory, please, what's your name, sir? What do you do, sir? Ask him. Nobody's talking to him. While we are doing that, bring your phones out. You can collect numbers if you want. But I'm not saying collect number for the wrong thing, no. Collect number for business. Mostly FUPRI students. And then, Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? Because we want to do the main exercise now. Are we done? All right. So I have to calm down. I have a gift for anybody I just meet, and you tell me your seat partner's number, your seat partner's name, your seat partner's social media handle, your seat partner's best food, and your seat partner's best friend. I'm coming around. I think we've done this side too much. Let me go that way. All right. These people in front, they are too serious. If you throw your face away, I will still come to you. Hello.
Hi,
This was your seat partner's name.
Anita.
Okay, it was both of you. But you should have also asked her now. All right, Anita. What do you know about Anita?
She's a student of FUPRI, 300 level chemical engineering.
Is that all you know? Okay, please put your hands together for her. At least she's heading somewhere. So let me go to the back. Hello.
Hi.
Please, what's your seat partner's name?
All right. His name is Trust, Bola Trust, a student of FUPRI, 200 level, natural gas engineer.
I think I'm going towards the FUPRI side. You will know yourselves. You will know yourselves. Can we shuffle this seating arrangement? Hello.
Hello.
Please, what's your name?
Praises Ajuru.
Okay. Please, what's your seat partner's
Goodness.
goodness? What do you know about her?
I'm just getting to know her because she just came here.
Oh, you're just still getting to know her. But your name is Goodness. Are you sure? Put your hands together for yourselves. All right, so I want us to bring out our phones now. Take a selfie with your seat partner or whoever you want to. Take a selfie. Take a selfie. Take a selfie. Take a selfie. I'm not seeing you bringing your phones out. I did not say collect number now. I said take a selfie. Take a selfie and tag, you post it on Instagram and tag the B.I.G Conference page. Before you go today, the highest likes, we get 10,000 naira from me. The highest likes, we get 10,000. You will not clap. Did I not try? I don't understand. Because I did not say 100,000 naira. I'm heading there, all right? So I want us to do that now. Please make sure you are following the page. Please make sure you are following the page. Please. Make sure you are following the page. We need to see our page go up. Make sure you are following the page. We'll be right back. Please give us soft music.
Please, let's do better in terms of our energy. All right? So, moving towards the serious part of this conference. So I believe that is the reason majority of us are here. Blessing around and no one laugh and no one enjoy ourselves. You know, the key to this kind of event is participation, you understand? You will enjoy this event better and learn more from this event if you participate. You understand? When it's time to laugh, you laugh. When it's time to clap, you clap. When it's time to shout, you shout. That's how we do it. You help me help you so that we enjoy this event together. You understand? So when it's time to clap, you clap. So can we clap? When it's time to scream, you scream. So can we scream? When it's time to laugh, you laugh. Just laugh for no reason. Okay, you guys don't want to do that one. No wala. See, as the event continues, I will be observing some of you. I go tutorial now. Since you guys don't want to laugh. So please, let's engage. We can do better. So moving ahead, I want to make welcome on stage someone I respect a lot. Yeah, I respect her a lot because what she's doing is what some of us wish we could do. You understand? To pull up this kind of crowd is not easy. To set up an establishment like this is not easy as well. I believe with these few things I've said, you already know who I want to call. We'll call her the Empress. You meant to see the girl, you don't see steez galore. So please everyone, with a standing ovation, please let's stand up and put our hands together as we welcome Miss Jane Agade on stage once more for our session.
Thank you for bringing me back up. Okay, I think now I'm a bit relaxed. The first time I came out, I was a bit uptight. So please, let's have our lovely seats. All right. So we'll be having our first session. We call it the Industry Leaders Roundtable. And I don't want us to have any more delay. We'll just go ahead with this session. Please, media, can we play bio videos now? Are we able to play bio videos? Or I can read their bios. Okay. Time is fast spent, so I'll just do well to welcome them myself. I would read their bio videos myself. Or their bios by myself. Media, if you're ready, you can just let me know. Okay. So for this session, this will be like an interactive session. This is like a panel discussion, but we'll call it the Industry Leaders Roundtable. We're having two leaders here. They're good in their field. We have a business consultant, and we also have the founder of DN here. So we want to have engaging conversations with them. How many of you were in the session yesterday? Did you join the session yesterday? Did you enjoy the sessions of yesterday? Did you? Nobody's saying anything. How many people did not join YouTube yesterday? Please, if you didn't, I encourage you to go and watch the replay. It's there on YouTube. Please go and watch it, listen to it. It was very, very insightful. And I saw that so many persons had a number of questions there. And you can bring your questions now. We're going to talk about, we're going to discuss them right now on this session. So I don't want to waste more time. I'm supposed to read out the bio videos, but it's also not, the bios, it's not opening on my phone. So I'll just go ahead to introduce them, and possibly we'll play the bios thereafter. So let's welcome on stage. So this Mr. Victory, I came across him at an event, and after that event, I joined a WhatsApp group chat, and I reached out to him. He was very, very welcoming. So I want us to put our hands together to welcome Mr. Victory on stage. Put your hands together, keep on clapping, keep on clapping. Please, people should celebrate him.
Meet Victory Ihelobo, a life strategist and talent and business development expert. He is the CEO of Life Edge Consulting Limited. Meet Victory Ihelobo, a life strategist and talent and business development expert. He is the CEO of Life Edge Consulting Limited and the co-founder of Trade Booster Capital, facilitating finance access for SMEs across Nigeria. Through his work, Victory is committed to transforming Africa's economic conditions through entrepreneurship and human capital development. With a loud, resounding ovation, please welcome Victory Ihelobo.
Meet Osaze Samson Festus, a minister and multi-passionate entrepreneur. He is the CEO of Amplitude Limited, a digital agency spanning Warri and the USA. He's also the executive director of Dominion Youth Empowerment Network. Through his work, Osaze is committed to changing lives through education, mentorship, and purpose-driven business. With a loud, resounding ovation, please welcome Osaze Samson Festus.
Please, let's keep on clapping. Let's keep on clapping. Media, please, can you fix it? The sound is echoing. Okay. Mr. Laifa is supposed to join us, but I think he's occupied with media. So, but when you are done, Mr. Laifa, please come down and join us. So please, let's continue clapping. So we call this session the Industry Leaders Roundtable because these people, they're experts in their field. They've worked with a lot of talents. Most of us, when I mean talents, young people. Mr. Osaze is the founder of DN, so he has all this experience working with young people. So now this session, our focus is around mindsets, skills and value, positioning, technology and AI, and adaptability. So, but first of all, I need another mic, please, media. I would like to hear your experience, like in just a summary first before we go to the main thing for today. So if, sir, you can share your experience starting DN, like what led to that vision and your progress so far. So we'd just like to know, first of all.
Good morning, everyone. I trust you're glad to be here today. Yes, I am too. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. All right, I'll speak very briefly on how the vision of DN started. After my university education, I relocated to Lagos, and I was based in Lagos for some time. But for some reason, I relocated back to Warri. And when I got to Warri, I was born and brought up in DSC. I don't know if some of you know DSC. So I was born and brought up there. My secondary school education and all of that was there. Well, when I came back to Warri, I began to observe, a few things about some of the young people in the new location we relocated to from DSC. And I observed that many of the young people, they were not very skilled when it comes to, digital skills. I remember one time I got an opportunity that was going to be paying about, we needed somebody that would do that job for about $3 per hour. There was one other client I had from Australia that pays $4 per hour. I looked through our entire youth church for somebody who could do it, and it was basic data entry and stuff. I didn't find anybody. So that opportunity passed by. We had many opportunities like that. I've had opportunities where the clients are willing to pay up to $300 per hour. I can't find anybody to do the job. So it was really concerning, and I felt responsible to be able to create an environment where young people can begin to learn some of these digital skills. But having the vision was, that whole idea was not enough until I found out that God was also involved in this. I received direct instruction to get started. So we started with developing the economic side of it, which is Amplity Limited, where we create job opportunities, for people. I was able to, get a lot of young people in, train them, and over time, some of them became very skilled in their different endeavors. Then, I think 2 years in, we started DN, Dominion Youth Empowerment Network. And since we got started, we started actually with just one program, web development program. And over time, we kept adding more programs. And from that time till now, we have trained well over 5,000 people. And yes, on scholarship. However, we also observe that there's still a gap. And the gap we've observed is that even though we have created the environment, we have put things in place to make sure that young people are able to learn this skill on a scholarship, there is still that internal challenge. There's still that gap that is not from our system itself, but from the people that we are admitting. And I believe that as we go on in our conversation today, I'll be able to address some of those things. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was really profound, and congratulations. 5,000 is a lot. Please, let's put our hands together for him again. Okay, Mr. Victory, would like to hear from you briefly your experience building your brand and your personal brand and your business also.
All right. Good morning, everyone. You will answer me. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, let me use this opportunity to thank Mr. Osaze, right? I'm meeting him for the first time. Please put your hands together for him. Mr. Osaze, your program at DN trained my wife. Yes, in web design. And currently, we run a kitchen, and our chef also went through your program. So that tells the impact you are making, and several everywhere, DN. In fact, I used to ask my wife, how does he do it? Almost at nothing. But I just want you to know that you are making real impact. I can tell you that by the time we were hiring for those positions, the chef was earning more than the manager. Yes, that's to tell you how important skill is today, and backed up with the right certification. So my name is Victory Gelubo. I am a consultant, a management consultant, and also a life strategist. I work with people to articulate their dreams and develop strategies on how to achieve them. And I'm also very passionate about business development. And my passion for business development and what later transitioned into Life Edge Consulting actually came out of a life experience, which I think many of us will be able to relate with. I was born into a family of 5. My dad was trying. However, when I was in maybe primary 5, things fell apart. Everybody say things fall apart. So things happened. My dad's business was badly affected. And when that happened, we began to have experiences we didn't know existed, like house rents not paid, foods not available, and all of those stuff. And as a young man, I was very scared. You can sit, you are looking at the future, you cannot see anything. It's very dark. And your heart is full of fear because you don't even know how to go from here. Luckily for me, I had an elder brother who, even though was growing up under that kind of situation, decided that he was not going to stop. And he broke through somehow and started a photography business. So while still in primary school, I was attending school. When I'm done with school, I go there and then I learn. So while I was there, I decided I was going to learn photography. So I learned photography myself. From learning photography, time went by, all the challenges through all of that. The good thing was when I was through with school, and my friends in class were saying that when I'm done with SSC, I'm going to buy JAM form and go and study medicine, I'm going to study nursing and all of that. I was not a part of those conversations because I don't even know how to buy JAM form. All right, so I took that skill I had and I just went to work with it and started making money on my own, started developing myself, and eventually I was able to fund myself through school. But how did I start Life Edge Consulting, which is a brand I'm widely known for today? It was out of that experience. I told myself that if I could use my skill and all I learned about entrepreneurship to make a difference in my life, then it's possible that there are other people that are going through the same struggle. And then we started teaching people about how to use their ideas, how to start businesses, how to structure those businesses and grow it. It was just a passion at the beginning. But eventually, we saw that that was also restoring the same hope to a lot of persons. And then we became even more serious about it. And over the years, our organization has trained over 10,000 people. Hundreds of businesses have been started through our training and our consulting programs. And from what started like supporting small micro business, I'm talking about recharge card sellers, very tiny businesses, has now today grown to be supporting even very large businesses that are doing turnover in over $1 billion. So that is my story. It's just a story of small steps and steady growth.
Let's put our hands together for him. That was so profound and inspiring. Because hearing both of them say, Mr. Sampson said, oh, he has trained over 5,000 people. Mr. Victory saying he has trained over 10,000 people. It's part of my life's work, my life's mission, to see that thousands of people are transformed through skills, through entrepreneurship. So it carries everything, and it's really, really dear to my heart. So thank you so much, sirs. Now, while Mr. Sampson was speaking, he mentioned something really profound, and I was even going to that area. So for the few years you've done this, both of you have done this for a couple of years. For me, I've done this for just 2 years when we started Stossel. And trust me, it has not been easy working with young people. I know you mentioned something about mindset. Do you know, earlier last year I was like, I'm going to close down this business. I'm not doing it again. What kind of people are these? Like the way he said, you will have a good number of people that are saying, oh, they are looking for jobs. They are available, they are available. We have over 200, 300 people in our community. But when we put out jobs, even as simple as social media management, we put out jobs as simple as, virtual assistant. The clients will come. There was one, the clients called me and was shouting, what kind of useless people did you bring to work with me? So what do you think is actually the problem? I know, we can say mindset, but if you're bringing it from that approach, what would you say is the problem with young people today? When I mean young people, not just people in school, but just in general, students, graduates, entrepreneurs, what would you say is the major problem limiting them from getting jobs and even doing better in their businesses? I'll start with you, sir.
Okay, thank you for that question, because it's something that is really challenging. And for us, we have spent a lot of time trying to develop systems that is almost impossible for it to fail, but for some people it still fails. So here's what I've observed after dealing with so many people, not just in the educational space, but in many other spaces, because we have a ministry as well, and I deal with a lot of people. I've literally followed people from secondary school and guided some of them until they were graduates, until they got jobs, got married. So I've watched a lot of young people grow, even though I'm very young. But one of the things I've observed is that a lot of young people don't know what they want to do. That is one of the things that I've observed. And Tola was a moderator yesterday. Now, when she joined DN some years ago, she wanted to do web development. She was learning programming and everything. By the time she was done with her program, she said, you see, when I came, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but now I know what I don't want to do. So some people find out what they don't want to do. So you see, it's discovery. The major issue I've seen with a lot of young people is discovery. You need to be able to discover yourself. What is it you want to do? You see, my skills and my natural giftings is very different from many other people. If I try to copy-paste you, for instance, it's not going to work. It's going to be very difficult. I will feel like I'm walking in a shoe that is not my size. So the first thing everybody must do if you want to make tremendous progress, you need to be able to discover your strengths. You need to be able to. I was teaching, because in the last 2 years I've been studying AI. So yesterday I was having some conversations with our AI students, and some of them were finding it very difficult. They don't have time and all that. And I told them that, see, when I'm very tired, the way I rest is to read and to code. That's how I rest. And they found it very weird. But for me, that's my wiring. I rest by reading. And I've been able to discover that. So I know how to create a system around myself to ensure that I'm growing personally. Now, like I said in the first instance, young people have not been able to discover, many young people have not been able to discover what they want to do. When you discover your strengths, you discover your purpose, the next thing is to develop a vision for what you have discovered. You must have a vision for where you are going, because you cannot get to a destination you cannot see. You cannot become what you cannot visualize. So for many, they don't even have an example to look at. And that's one of the major things that I've seen. Not being able to discover your purpose, discover your strengths, discover your weaknesses, then knowing how to create a system around it to make sure you're able to achieve your goals. So that's one of the major things I think.
Thank you so much, sir. So I will also hear on that point from Mr. Victor. What do you think is a major problem in this area?
So, Mr. Osaze spoke about discovery. I think that's core. It's core because if I take a view through my own life, I can tell you discovery is a big part of it. When you go through that discovery process, which usually produces clarity in terms of your vision, it just helps you to properly manage your energy and put your focus properly. All right? I think that is a very big one. Another thing is, of course, arising from the two things you just spoke about, is distraction. Yes, there are a lot of distraction. I quite understand because all of us are battling with one. I think that there are more distractions today. You know, Reels, WhatsApp, Facebook. There are lots of distractions today. And the process to discovery is a very serious work. For me, early in life, it was reading, actually. It was reading and attending conferences like this, where at least at one point, somebody's even asking you a question, what do you want to become in life? And your thought is going in that direction. And it doesn't stop there. You proceed to look for every book that talks about vision, self-discovery, whether it's by Miles Monroe or whatever. It just keeps pouring the right information into your mind, and that information influences your heart, and it begins to release things from inside you. So I would also agree that discovery is very key, because if there is no discovery, you will be moved and tossed about by everything that just comes your way. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Okay, how about, for me, I'm a young person. I'm very young. Okay, not very
all of us are.
No, sir, you're not young. Please, is Mr. Victory young?
Yes.
Ah, okay. So, for me, I am a young person, and there was a time I had a goal that by 2030, I want to create 1,000 jobs. I want to create 1,000 jobs. Now, the problem is, I can't say it in... Now, when I said it now, some people are like, what's this thing Yoruba people do? Yimu, they just do their nose like this. It's in the one they talk. Something like that. There are people that will just look at you like, it's not even possible. So if I was saying this when I was 21, 22, or even 20, some years back, like, if I was saying it to my friends, they'll be like, they calm down. You are too doing grad. Do you know what is 1,000 jobs? Do you know what is this? Do you know what is that? So now, for me that already have discovered that this is what I want to do, I have that target. I believe that a couple of people here already have a target. That, okay, this is what I want to do at a certain time. This is where I want to be. What do you think would be the major thing they need to overcome? Because there are people that knows that I just want to be a medical doctor. I'm called to be in these fields. They have that deep understanding. So what do you think is the major factor that would stop me from getting my 1,000 jobs by 2030? Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Okay. Now you're talking about your goals. You've set them. That is where you are going. You know, goals will tell you where you want to go. But there's a system that will guide you on how to get there. when it comes to achieving goals, you need motivation. But if you have systems built, you'll be less dependent on motivation. One of the major hindrances to achieving any goal is a system. I took out time, because now we're building a number of organizations. I took out time to try to understand what is the difference between an organization that has 10 staff with the one that has 1,000 staff. What are the habits that needs to be kept? Because when you're looking at the subject of systems, you must think in systems. For instance, if the person in charge of power puts off power right now, or maybe they forgot to buy petrol, right? That can affect the entire month of planning this conference.
That's true.
As simple as that can be, just petrol. It looks very insignificant. Just petrol. Or maybe the microphone battery. You see it? So everybody is doing everything right, but there is an input, because systems must have inputs, they must have outputs, you must have a feedback system, you must be able to know the boundaries.
Sure.
Systems must have all of that. So if one of the inputs you need is not in place, you can't achieve the goal. So if you want to go far, you want to be able to achieve your goal, the first thing is to sit back and ask yourself, number one, what do I need to put in to be able to get 1,000 students? Because if you are doing the same thing the same way every time, like the last time maybe you got, you wanted to provide 1,000 jobs, right?
Okay.
And now you've been able to provide 10 jobs or 20 jobs. What did you do to provide 20 jobs? You see it? You need to look at it. Now, if I'm going to provide 1,000, what I did to provide 20 cannot provide 1,000. So I need to be able to look at it and know the system that can support 1,000. Then I will know the kind of input I need. And when it comes to building systems, it's not, you must know the participants in the system, who are the key players that will be able to achieve that very result. Because this thing I'm telling you, you will need to sit down and think critically. You must get your pen and paper and write things down. Because you need to be able to break the goal down into systems. That's the difference between, somebody that is providing 10,000 jobs and somebody that is providing just 10 jobs. It is the system, the inputs. What kind of marketing do you need? What kind of structure do you need? What kind of team do you need? And who will be the key players in the team? All of these things are inputs and the participant. Who will be the key players in your team? And what do they need to do? How often do they need to do it? What kind of budget do you need for your marketing? Now, people draw plans and say, okay, this is where I'm going. But they've not planned every single step, because every input I'm talking about now needs its own system.
Sure.
It's like, what do you call it? Like a flow chart, right? You must be able to break everything down into smaller systems. And that's the way I try to process information. If you tell me we need to do something, I try to break down all of the pieces into smaller systems. Then I will begin to apply what we call the Pareto principle. That's the 80-20 principle. What 20% effort do I need to bring in that will give me 80% of the results that I'm looking at? So when I'm breaking those things into system, I look for the most important things, because people can get distracted, like you said, and begin to focus on what is irrelevant, leaving the most important things. And that's what distraction can do. Because if you study the root word of distraction, it means to divide.
Wow.
It divides your attention. You are not able to focus on what is right, and you focus on the wrong thing. So you break everything down, then you begin to apply the principle. Now, what can give me 80% of the result? What is the least effort I can put in to get this? When you have identified it, you add that to your system, and you begin to do what needs to be done to be able to put in that kind of effort. Then we have the boundaries in systems creation. Now, what boundaries can I not cross? What is the environment like? Are there internal factors that can affect what I want to do? Are there external factors? And if there are internal factors, how do I navigate around it to be able to, make sure that it doesn't affect my goals? For instance, if you're providing jobs, you need a legal structure, right?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now, for some reason, when you're setting up your legal structure, you need your financing, you need maybe an accounting system, there may be some government regulations or certifications here and there. All those things are factors that can affect it. You need to study all of these factors, know the one that can affect the business, and create a system to be able to mitigate it. Those are your boundaries. Then you look at your output. How do you measure your results? How do you get feedback? For instance, when you're organizing this conference, I hope you guys are learning something. No?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Very, very good.
When you're organizing this conference, you did not review the venue. You said register.
Yes, sir.
So then you will get the venue.
Yes.
The first thing that is happening there is that you are getting data.
True.
That is part of the system.
True.
So before you started the conference, you sat down to think about it. What is the system we need to route through to be able to get this result and to be able to get this kind of output? Then you started putting in some inputs in place. You captured your data. You emailed the people. You had like a feedback system, a follow-up system. You were able to ask questions and all of that. All those things are all part of the system. Everything we do needs a system. If you study the earth, God did not build it without a system. Do you know that as annoying as the anus can be, right? It looks very irritating. If you block it, someone can die.
True.
It will kill the person. Do you know there was a time in Australia they were trying to fight bushfires. Because when I was studying about systems, I had to study the human body, study nature. Then I began to look at how to apply it to every other thing I do. They were trying to fight bushfires in Australia, so they did what they could do to prevent that bushfire. Because they felt that, oh no, bushfire is not good for us. So they were able to do something to mitigate it. But guess what started happening? Leaves started piling up in the forest, started building up. It started doing more damage than what the fire was doing. And a time came that the natural habitat could no longer handle that. They had like the mother of all fires that they've ever had.
I heard of that.
That burnt the entire thing. They regretted they would not have touched the system in the first place. You see it. Study nature. Study the water cycle. Study how sun works. Study how plants grow. If you study it, you'll find out that all of these things have a very organized system. So you cannot make progress if you don't have a system for yourself. You want to write a book, right? Right now, I'm trying to write 3 books. Now you want to write a book. What is the system you need to be able to achieve it? First of all, how many pages do you want on your book? You do your research to see that this niche that I'm working on, I may need maybe 200 pages or something. Then you break it down. How many days do I have to write this book? How many words do I need to write daily? When am I going to write it in the day? What materials do I need? You put all of those things in place and create a system. Once you have the system, you begin to do it religiously. At that point, you no longer need motivation. What you need is execution. Because there will be many times you will not be motivated. And that's what affects a lot of people. They want to do something, 2 weeks in, you have already lost your motivation. And that's because you are depending on motivation and not a system. But if you have a system, like a job, whether you are happy or you're not happy, you go to work. So if you can learn system, take out 1 week. Take out 1 week to start learning how to build systems. You'll find out that you start making much more progress compared to what you're currently making. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for him. That was so good. So like I said, YouTube is my place. I came across a video on systems thinking. And this thing Mr. Sampson is saying is really profound. You should check out books on systems thinking because it kind of helps you stand outside and map out everything, the processes, every detail, every single detail, and it's very, very important. So now I'm going to go over to Mr. Victory, and this is a very important question. I'm bringing it down to our environment. I'm bringing it down to worry. So how do I put this question? So we talk about mindsets. We talk about people not being ready for jobs and all of that. Now, what will you say a young person growing up in this environment? Because there's so much. I heard somebody giving an example. Like she was just saying that I didn't mean I no grow up for worry, my life for better. It's true in two ways, but sometimes it feels like we are just assigning the blame to something else. Meanwhile, we have grown, we are already seeing things, and it's more like it's your responsibility to get yourself out in whatever way. So what will you advise to someone who already is feeling like is in a disadvantage? Yes. And what mindset do they have to build to just get themselves and just keep on going? What will you say to that?
I'm trying to really understand the question and know exactly what.
Yes, so the question basically is around mindset and environment.
Okay, mindset and environment.
Yes, just around that.
All right. So for me, from interacting with people, I feel sometimes we blame the environment too much. And that's another mindset problem. When things are not going a certain way, we just believe. I've traveled. I've gone to Lagos because when people talk about live worry, the next place they talk about is in Lagos. I'm sure you are aware there are beggars there.
Sure.
I'm sure you are aware there are people that buy plank and build a room under the bridge.
Very true.
So if you look at it, and I can say this boldly because everything I've built up till now, I built from here, in spite of all of the challenges, right? So I think for many people, they blame the environment too much. And they take the environmental factors as an excuse to say, this is why I am not doing well. And what you don't want to do in life is to grow to a certain stage and start explaining why your life didn't turn out well. Yeah. Right? So if you want things to change, you really need to start taking responsibility for yourself. Take responsibility for your life. And start thinking that it's not the environment that makes us. For great leaders, it's not the environment. I know environment has a great influence, but it's not the environment that makes people. It is the people that build the environment. And they build it with all of the mindsets and the experiences they've built over the years. And I think we need to take that seriously. You need to start taking responsibility. Now let's talk about some of the things they spoke about, because sometimes I know that's frustration too. So when you say two ways, I get what you're saying. Yeah. We do a lot at Life Edge, right? We started with consulting. We also run Terra. Terra is a talent embassy and recruitment agency. In fact, if you don't run some of those kind of organizations, your assumptions also will be very wrong. So what do we do at Terra? At Terra, we just decided that since our job as consultants gives us opportunity to a whole lot of companies across different sectors, and while we are doing our strategy and management consulting, you always find that they need to replace a worker, they need to do one of that. So we started out training people to be better. But at some other time, they need workers. They need different skilled people and talent for the organization. And when I did one certain job, after developing their strategy, we saw that implementation, we needed people. And I saw that my work was being frustrated as a result of our inability to get people through a third-party agency. So I thought that the agency is a very stupid agency. What's that? 3 months you are able to bring people to us so that we can do our job, so our clients will not feel that we don't know what we are doing. So anyhow, later we decided to start Terra so that internally we have an organization that helps us source talent and then supply to our project. That's where we found out that there are more opportunities looking for people than there are people ready to take those opportunities.
Wow.
If we start this conversation, many people will argue. Argue. And that argument is also part of a mindset problem.
Sure.
Every organization you go to today, I'm not talking about what I read, I'm telling you what we are suffering. Our manager of Terra is there. At a point, I had to sit down and started encouraging her. Because there was one day she burst in the group of over 300 people. That you people keep saying there's no job. We post a vacancy. And you guys are not saying anything. Do you get it? So the truth is that there are opportunities. I feel there are more opportunities today Because let's say 20 years ago, it has to be, do you have a BSc? Do you have a PhD? Do you have an MSc? Do you have an ND? But today, people are asking for specific skills. We need somebody that can do graphics design. We need somebody that can attend to others online. Practical things that does not need any of your certification that people can actually learn. So you find that today all of us have smartphones. Let's even go to the digital ones, for example. We have smartphones. We have access to YouTube. We have access to all of these resources. But if you ask now that there is a restaurant that just opened, they want to start doing online orders, they need somebody that can manage that part. Out of this crowd, you find that you cannot find much persons.
Very true.
Hello? So when we talk about the problem with the environment, we are actually talking about the people in that environment. If the people are not given to learning, the people are not given to development, and they are all in one environment, that is what we say that environment is not good. Because you find that when organizations are going to launch or start, you cannot do anything if you cannot access talent. If you have all the capital, have all the technology, have all the resources, but there are no talents to drive those processes, it's not going to work. So when we think about the environment and feel there are better environments somewhere, we need to always remind ourselves the environment we're talking about is actually the quality of the people in terms of the skills they've built, the mindsets they've developed, the resourcefulness that they bring to the table. That is what actually changes the environment. And that's why I appreciate what you're doing. Please put your hands together for our convener.
Thank you so much.
For some persons, it's attending a meeting like this. We were not always like this, right? It's attending a meeting like this that just signals something to you that, look, I need to become more valuable. I like the Bible a lot, and there's one verse I don't joke with. As usual, I don't know where it is, so you'll find it. And it says, you are the salt of what? Yes. The earth. And trust me, he's not talking about believers. He's talking about man. Okay? Let's not bring that argument. Okay? But let's go to the real point. You are the salt of the earth. That's not my key point. He said, but if the salt loses its savor, wherewith shall it be salted? Then he goes to the word I heard almost 20 years ago, I will never forget. He said, it is therefore good for nothing and to be trampled upon by men. Meaning, as a human being, if you don't develop yourself, develop skills that makes you relevant to people, to organizations, and to society, he said you are good for what? Nothing. So if you want to be good for something, it means that you need to make yourself valuable by developing skills, abilities, mindsets that when you get into a room, everybody is calling for you. If you don't develop yourself into that quality of person, he said you'll be trampled upon by men. So next time you see that people are disregarded, they are not calling you for anything, most likely it's because you've not done the work of first developing yourself. Come to your light. Those are not just vague statements. Which light are they coming to? They are coming to that thing you have developed that you are using to make contribution to the advancement of your society. And based on that, somebody can call you tomorrow. Jane has done this today. Somebody may want to do something in Lagos and say, look, the way you put that event together, can you come and support my team to do the same thing? What are they calling for? Is the value that she has created. So when we talk about the environment, I really want to encourage us, because the truth is that big things have also grown from here.
Yeah.
Big things have grown from here. So if big things have grown from here, despite the environment, it shows that you need to understand what they did. They developed themselves. At one stage in your life, you need to remove pleasure, remove play, and ask yourself, what do I need to do to become a more valuable person? If you become a valuable person, I can tell you, you cannot be disregarded. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for that. That was so beautiful. So we heard that. Okay, you want to? Yeah.
Let me contribute to what he had just said, because I believe that there are also people here who you've built some value, but you're asking the question that, why am I not getting the opportunities? I've learned many skills. I can do everything. I can sew. I can make shoe. I can make bag. I can design website. I use AI. I do this. I do everything. An opportunity is not coming. So let me just quickly respond to that part of it. Maybe you're not putting what you're doing out there. Sometimes we don't know what you do. Jane is doing an event right now. We can see that she's very... I was telling my wife that I like how the event was put together, the communication, it was very good. You see it? If in the future we need to put something like this together, I'll remember her, because the last person I saw doing something that was good like this was her. We're not seeing what you are doing. You sell something, you won't post it. You are having imposter syndrome for your own business. Do you know what imposter syndrome is? You feel that you are an imposter. You feel that you're not good enough for this particular thing. You don't deserve this success. And I've seen so many people fighting with an imposter syndrome. You believe that you're not good enough for where you should be. One of the things I've seen at DN, we have those that are learning skills. We have those that are very skilled, but they're still trying to learn more because they feel that they are not good enough. They keep trying to get more and more, and it's never good enough. And I found that for many of them, they are perfectionists. And the problem with a perfectionist is that a perfectionist does not have any other measure that he's looking to, that is when I get to this point that I become perfect. The perfectionist determines when perfection is, and he never gets there. Wow. All those things happens in his head, that this is the point he becomes perfect. Then they get to that point and feel that no, we need to move forward a little. And it keeps going on, and that person may never finish anything. So I've seen a lot of talented people, they need to deal with that imposter syndrome. Listen to me. Don't tell me marketing is for marketers. Go and learn it. If you don't market what you are doing, nobody will see it. DN is an NGO. We're not making money, but we are always online. We are running ads. The last time I told our people that we needed to raise 3.5 million for ads. Facebook ads. Right? We are running ads. If we don't have enough capital, we will source for money. We are putting it out there, pushing it, sending WhatsApp DMs. People will be wondering that, you are the one giving the skill for free. Why are you the one going after people? Because if we don't do that, we'll go extinct. A time will come, people will not even remember the existence of that program. Because if you have trained everybody in your environment, then who else is remaining to be trained? That's why you have to keep pushing what you are doing out there. Do you know, I almost sold a private jet one time. Let me tell you what happened.
Really?
Let me tell you what happened. It's a funny story. Maybe this will help somebody in marketing. I saw a friend post a private jet. They were selling a private jet about $4.2 million. So I laugh, oh God, why you take see private jet of $4.2 million? Hope you are not doing Yahoo. We say no, there's a consulting company that he just reshared. You know these real estate agents, they share anything.
Yes.
So he shared, they do. Now I see keke everywhere, all kinds of things. So I reshared the private jet on my WhatsApp status. And on the average, before DN's own crowd, I used to have like 100 and something people see my status. Just my personal contacts at the time. Okay. So I reshared it. I think a while after that, somebody reached out to me from Lagos. It was like, the guy sells cars. That one of his clients that used to come to their company where he worked before to buy cars is looking for a private jet for one guy in the north. I saw you post a private jet. Is it available? Wow. I said, I get private jets. I was in the church that day. We're having a prayer meeting. I said, God has answered the prayer. I ran out of the meeting and started making calls. I called my guy. You know, at that point, you become an agent.
Yes.
You block everywhere.
Yes.
So I said, guys, somebody needs a private jet. Send me the catalog of what is available. Calls started going out. Negotiations all over the place. Come and see me consulting for private jets. From WhatsApp, I just shared it on WhatsApp. See what is funny? The 100 and something people that see my WhatsApp status, they have maybe at least 30 to 100 and something people that also see their status. So the people I'm connected to, they are connected to many other people in multi-levels. So anytime I share something on my status, there's a potential it can reach up to 10,000 people. If some of them reshare it. Are you seeing it? It has a very massive potential. You would think WhatsApp is not working. One day I saw someone, I said, I'm seeing what you're doing. You're doing a good job. Person was shocked. Hey, you post it on WhatsApp now. They're like, oh, I said, I see your status. I see what you're doing. Anytime you post on Facebook, they are seeing it. People are seeing, they're not just saying anything, but it's on their mind, sharing it, sticking to their minds. The day they will need that service, they will remember the last place they saw it. So that's we kept negotiating until I think some of the guys got greedy. They were insisting the client has to pay a deposit of $500, $2,000 for inspection and on and on. And at the end of the day, they knocked the whole deal. But that thing taught me a very valuable lesson. It doesn't matter the number of people I have as an audience, even if it's 2. Get it?
Let's put our hands together for that. That was so profound. Very, very profound. Thank you for sharing that. Because I've heard, even me too, I was like that how come I would take my time, my energy, my sweat, I would write so much, I would post it on Facebook, and I'm having just 2 likes. What do you mean by that? How many of you have experienced that? Instagram is the worst. There was a point I deleted my Instagram. Please, you should go and follow me on Instagram now. Just look for Jane Agadia. So I recently got Instagram back because I was so angry. How come I have created a very nice carousel? I want you to see me. I want you to like my post. But from the angle he's taking it now, just be visible. If you were in the session yesterday, they said, seest thou a man diligent in his work? Right? Who remember when Mr. Gift Best said that? He said, seest thou a man diligent in his work, right? But the thing is that the first thing is they have to see you before they even know you are diligent in your work. Nobody will just walk and say, oh, you are diligent. Come, let me give you a job. But we have to actually see you. So thank you so much for sharing that. And I'm going to, before I ask the last question, please, if you have questions, just pen it down. Or if you want to speak, we'll be taking like 2 questions. Just prepare yourself, put your thoughts together. So when we give you the mic, you can speak. So now, people talk about AI. AI is coming to take your job. AI is the next big thing. AI. So with AI and technology changing how people work and people build businesses, how can young people use these tools and become valuable without losing human skills that matter? So I'm going to hear from Mr. Samson first, and I'll also get the business perspective from Mr. Victory. Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Say amen.
Amen.
Okay, that's how we test mic. All right.
Yeah.
Now, AI. Let me talk about my experience with AI. Then I'll talk about how we can leverage on it. When I started seeing the whole AI thing, I saw it as another industrial revolution. I knew that this thing is going to come with a full force. So I knew that at this time, I need to learn how to leverage it to be able to do the things I need to do. So we introduce it as a program in DN because one of the ways I learn skills, I teach it. So I'm forced to learn more when I know that I have to teach it. So I spent about 2-3 years just reading about different AI stuff, learning about different models, trying to understand how AI works and all that. And I noticed something so powerful that AI has helped me. You know, sometimes we develop websites, we develop apps. Things I would have used 3 months to build, I can build it in 1 evening.
Yeah, true.
And you will not even know that I use AI because I had to learn how to use AI in such a way that you will not know I use AI to work. So I saw how powerful that tool could be. However, there is a problem with the same tool because a lot of people, they outsource their responsibilities to the AI tool. We have had people that applied for jobs and they went to maybe ChatGPT or Claude and they told Claude to write an application. And the place where Claude puts or ChatGPT puts in brackets your name here, they will copy it and paste it to us and send it. There was somebody that applied for internship. I told the boy, if I catch you in this organization, if you come here, don't try it. I don't want to see this person here. Because he went to copy and paste from AI. And my question is, if I give this one something to do for a client, he will knock this job. If you are applying for a job and you were not patient enough to spend 5 minutes to read what you want to send, AI is not for you. Because the goal of that tool is to aid your own intelligence. It's not for you to outsource everything, your reasoning to it. You're not reasoning, because AI will give you responses based on its training data. You have to be able to give it and guide it on what you want it to do. It is intelligent, right? You know, most of the AI tools have been trained with much data. You must be able to communicate with it. You must be able to learn with it. Do you know that you can learn any skill with AI? You can even learn how to create a bomb with AI. People are learning. I go to AI and I tell AI sometimes that, now I want to learn this skill. I need to be able to understand this concept. Break it down for me as though I'm 5 years old, so that I can understand it. And it begins to break down the entire process to me. Sometimes I will tell you to ask me as many questions as possible, because I do clarity sessions with an AI model. I'm like, I'm trying to put my thoughts together on this very subject. I want you to be able to, you know, ask me as many questions as possible, act as a consultant, and, you know, guide my thoughts until I'm able to, you know, put everything together. And it begins to ask me a series of questions. So if you want to be able to leverage AI to advance what you are doing, the most important, listen to me, the most important AI skill you need to learn is prompt engineering. Learn how to communicate with AI. That is the most important skill. And if you can spend time learning about prompt engineering, this is not an AI class, I would have given you the breakdown of many of these things. We don't have much time. Now, if you can take out time to learn prompt engineering, you'll be able to use AI properly. But first, you must be able to put your thoughts together, communicate your thoughts, tell the AI what result you want, how you want it, you know, how it should be structured. If you can do that, you'll be able to get the best out of AI. But if you are not able to learn how to properly communicate with the AI, then you'll be outsourcing intelligence to the AI, replacing your own responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for him. And while he was speaking, Mr. Laifa, sorry, how many of us saw the video that was trending two days ago? Tony, who saw it? You did not see it. Please, always address people. So even if you want to ask a question, let me tell you now. Don't go and say, something. I'm thinking about going into AI. So please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Lai. He was supposed to have been here from the start, but he has been busy with media. So put your hands together for him. Okay, so I want to take Mr. Victory's perspective on this briefly. We just have a very short time before we take 2 questions from...
Okay, thank you very much. So, like you said, there's no time, but this is a very important subject. Some people see AI as a threat.
Yeah.
Some people see it as an enabler. I see it as an enabler. I don't see it as a threat. But there is also another angle to it. So I will just give you a small journey while I feel I have a better, I'm relaxed when it comes to the whole development. How many of you remember typewriters? Do you know there were people who got jobs in banks because they could use typewriters very well? All right? And then technology advanced to something better. Computers came, right? Now, when computers came, I hear they are the same thing, but you know what I'm talking about. So when the laptops and the desktops came, typewriters were going obsolete, right? So if somebody used to be very relevant to an organization based on his typewriting skill, when the technology advanced, what does the person need to do? He needs to upgrade his skills. So the person that sees it as a threat is a person who is not ready to upgrade from typewriting skill to how to use computer. It becomes a threat because if you don't, somebody who knows how to type with the computer will take the job of the person that uses the typewriter. Is that clear? So that's how the development has been. I told you I was in photography. There was a time they used films that you develop before you get photographed. Then they brought in digital cameras. When you take a picture, you see the picture immediately. Things have also improved. And when that thing improved like that, all those films they used to develop, those cameras they used to use at that time, all of them became obsolete. Am I right? So when you think about AI, I want you to think about it like that. Whether you are a business person or a career person, look at where the world is moving to and look at how it will impact on the current way things are being done. And once you do that effectively, you will be able to identify some skill gap. If you identify those skill gap, you need to start skilling up. I see it as an enabler because before we used to suffer to write a business plan. But now, in 2 days, after good research work, in 2 days, you can complete an entire business plan. Is it a threat or an enabler? It's an enabler. So you look at whatever you are doing and look at the side of it you need to learn. I used to also do ICT training. I was training on graphics. When I was doing graphics design training with CorelDRAW and Photoshop, that was the time Canva came. Then Canva made it more convenient for some people to do. Now, if you look all around town, you see that most people are doing designs with ChatGPT. Do you know one thing about what I noticed when I had to try it? If you had design sense, you can do design with that ChatGPT, you will not know that it's ChatGPT. Because that skill will show in what you are doing. So if you are a business person or a career person, you need to look at where this is. It's not time to say, I beg, all this thing self. You need to look at it, look at how it's going to change things in the future. I went to a company and we had a meeting. Hello? We had a meeting, about 6 of us, and the managing director needed to make a decision now. So the secretary was present in that meeting, and she was asked to take minutes of that meeting. So after the meeting was done, he said, please prepare the minutes of meeting. Let every member present in that meeting do their signature on it, and then they have to send it. For 1 hour, she was trying to prepare minutes of meeting typing. After waiting for 1 hour and I was tired, I carried ChatGPT, explained the meeting and all the different conversations and the conclusions we made, and 3 minutes, the entire meeting was summarized. I gave it to the manager director. Is this what we have? Everybody went through it. Yes, they confirmed the meeting. What she was battling with for 2 hours, I've done it in 3 minutes. So my encouragement to you is that when you hear of these things, look at how you can learn them and use them to improve your own efficiency. Like Mr. Osaze said, what I teach my staff at the office, don't just do garbage in, garbage out. If you have actually engaged AI, especially AI is broad, so let me say ChatGPT, in clarity sessions, there are times I engage him in conversation, the guy will say, oh guy, you got me right there. Do you understand? So it has to be what, like he said, don't outsource your intelligence to it. Prompt it, tell it things. And it's based on those inputs you put that will determine what's going to come out. So if you're in this class, you have to understand how will all of this advancement affect education. I'm sure we have a lot of students here, right? In the next 5 years, there will be a lot of jobs that will not require a BSc, an ND, or a master's degree. So if you are going with the old mindset, you will be very much affected. So you need to begin to look at what are the skills that are going to be relevant today and in the future, and start building yourself in those areas. And you find that while others are becoming obsolete, you continue to maintain relevance as a business, as an individual. And as a business, there are entire products that will be phased out. There are industries that will be hit. If you are in that industry, you need to start thinking about how to evolve into something new that will keep you to continue providing value to the marketplace. It is very important, and I want you to pay serious attention to it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for the enlightenment and contributions pertaining to AI. So, just to wrap it up, AI has come, and it has come to stay. But in as much as it's a wonderful tool, there's a danger to it, especially to those that are just coming new into a field. Take, for instance, I'm new into web development. Okay, I teach students. And when they give them assignments, we try not to use AI for the first time. somehow one of them will discover AI and spread it around. So I would say, okay, do this assignment, use only HTML. There was one, you prompted the AI did a wonderful work, but the boy does not know what the AI did. So one of the assistants was telling him, they said use HTML. Why am I seeing CSS and JavaScript here? The boy was arguing, no, I did not use this because why? He doesn't know what it was. Then when the teacher was marking, the teacher was not scolding him. Why am I seeing CSS here? Why am I seeing JavaScript here? They asked you to do this. Why? Because he was learning, he was so excited. He used AI and the AI replaced him because he did not know what he was doing. So for persons that are learning, it's going to be very difficult. I would say I'm glad I learned when AI was not around, because there will be a bug and I'll use weeks to suffer and I'll try debugging. I think that time we were learning coding in JUIT. We were on a project for weeks. During solving one problem, I've not gotten the solution, but I was seeing solution to other problems that I later faced in the future. And when I met those problems, I said, oh, when I was trying to solve this button to click so that I can add to cart, I found out that I could use index number to split my buttons, and I started applying it into other phase. But now, as you have not faced the problem, maybe you are seeing you face problem, you just carry it, drop it, it's your right to give you several responses, say choose one, you click any one, you don't know what it has done. And this causes issues. There's a friend I have, he did not want to pay someone for a product, and he used V0, he prompted it, and it built. So now there's what they call environmental keys. This one, AI cannot give it to you. You need to go and look at it, sign up, and get it yourself. So he could not run the app, and he brought it to me to debug. I was having issues. I told him, man, say, just cancel everything and go and give it to a human being to build it, because I will not go through this stress for you. So in as much as AI is a tool, you need to work on yourself. If not, you only put yourself into more trouble than it's being of help to you. So, okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Samson and Mr. Victor. So very briefly, our time is really, really fast spent. We just have to take two questions. So if you have a question, put your hands up. Yeah, please go ahead. Your name and your question.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Jane, thank you for putting this together. I really appreciate it. And my question goes to Mr. Samson. First of all, my name is Joseph Ogu. I'm an SEO specialist and content marketer. Mr. Samson, you mentioned about putting your business out there, and I'm guilty of it. I always want everything to be perfect before I think about putting it out there. But then you cannot downplay, there are some individuals that you call the melancholic individuals. There are people who are often seen as being perfect. They want everything to be perfect. So how do you tend to create a balance between not always wanting something to be always perfect and still put your business out there regardless of everything going on? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you for that question. You say you're an SEO specialist. I do SEO too, by the way. Now, if hunger beats you, you put your temperament somewhere, and you get to a phase in life, you have to step out. Do you get it? For instance, I can't tell my daughter now that I'm shy. So because of that, there's something I'm supposed to do. There are some things you just have to deal with. It's a mind rewiring. Putting your business. Now, I'm actually a very shy person. You see it. And you see this perfectionism I'm talking about. I was there too. One time I had to tell myself the truth that this thing is not helping you. If we're about to start a logistic business, I want to have 10 bikes first, have a car, have everything in order before I will start. Like, I want to figure out the entire thing. All the possible problems that will come, whether Tinubu will come, whether the government will change. I want to figure out every single thing before I start. It was affecting my life. So at some point, I told myself that this is not helping you. Just start. Oga, start. Just start. So I had to talk myself out of that very thing. Secondly, if you have a business, you don't want to put your personal branding out there, because there are people that build a personal brand. There are people that build a brand for their business. Personally, I'm not the very social type. In fact, on Instagram, I used to post twice a year until recently. Until recently, somebody started handling the page to post. Sometimes I don't even go there to see what's happening there. So I started building a brand identity instead. Since I know it's very difficult for me to keep up with social media and all that, I started building a brand identity. So I pushed the brand name, the brand identity. The brand became like an individual, since I'm not pushing myself. In fact, there was a time for the first 2 years of DN, people did not know most people didn't know the founder. My own kid sister did not know that I was visionary of DN. She has been hearing about it, talking about it, but she did not know, because I did not put my personal stuff out there. And I regretted it, by the way. I regretted it. It was when my wife came, she said, like, this thing will not happen. Because for her, she's this person that wants, to make sure you're pushing your personal brand. She consults with visionaries to make sure they put their stuff out there. So you must choose one of the approaches. It's either you would talk yourself out of it and push your personal brand, or secondly, you push your business brand. And I would recommend you even do the two, because for most people, look at someone like Elon Musk, for instance. He uses his personal brand to push his businesses. And the businesses are doing really well because of his personal brand. Most people that build, like most influential people, you find that their personal brands end up becoming bigger than the business, because people want to relate with an individual, not just a business. They want to be able to know somebody they can relate to. They want to talk to a human being, right? So for most businesses, people want to relate with you. For instance, if you are a hairstylist, people want to see the person styling the hair. They want to know that they are in good hands. If you are a barber, people want to know that, okay, this is the guy cutting my hair. So there are certain businesses that you need personal branding to get very good results. Now, also, for your SEO thing, can I ask you a question? How much do you charge for SEO services? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
So it depends. So if I'm doing just site audits, I charge between 80 to 100,000. Then if you want me to just give you a one-time service of setting up a brand for search engines, AI overviews, I charge between 100 and 150. And if you want a continuous monthly retainer to continue maintaining that brand and systems, I charge between 200 to 250.
Okay. How long did it take you to learn?
It took me a period of 3 months.
Can you hear that? 3 months to learn a skill that can earn you millions monthly. I'm saying this to let you guys know that there are so many things. There are so many things you can learn. And for you doing SEO, you don't necessarily need to put your face out there. You can use SEO to promote your website or whatever, and people will start seeing it and start relating with it. Recently, we did SEO for DN, and I use AI to do our SEO, by the way, because those days I used to do most of these things manually. So I did the research of most people offering some of the services we're offering all over Warri, and used AI to study. I did a competitor research. We did this in class, so just a practical in class, and within like 2 months, we started, go to Google, just search learn AI in Warri, learn photography, and we are #1 everywhere. ChatGPT started bringing people. Every day we're getting new sign-ups, and it was just one day in class with AI that we did that thing, and it's already ranking. And we didn't need to, do any other, form of marketing. So just basic search engine marketing. So the reason I asked you some of these questions, for the niche you are in, it doesn't need so much of personal branding. Just put if it's a website or whatever, use the same SEO you have learned, push it to the top, and anytime people search for that particular thing, you are the one they will find. They will reach out to you. So that's how you can promote your business.
Thank you.
All right, welcome.
And let me just add, because of other people that may be in the room, I had the same challenge, and a lot of people face the same. So I read a book. Please don't take the title literally or the line. He said, whatever is worth doing is worth doing. Whatever is worth doing is worth doing Okay, that book said whatever is worth doing badly. So I was like, what kind of one is this again? So I read it through, and he explained something about perfectionist. What's the difference between Benz GLK and regular? How many of you know Benz 190? All right. So he said, and you can, even for the software people, you also know it. The way we make progress in life, when you have a version of something that is good enough to deliver some form of value, push it out. While it is out there, put your eyes on it, take feedbacks. From the feedback, you know what version 2 should be like. So while version 1 is performing, you are taking feedbacks, customers' complaints, and everything, and you are using it to work on the improved version. And then when you hear upgrade your app, what does it tell you? We have added something based on what we know. But if you want to wait till WhatsApp begin to upload status before you start, you will not start. So you saw that when they started with basic features, and then they gathered information and said, no, this should also be a part of it. They worked on it at the back end, uploaded it to come online, and then gradually. So you find that life is a place of constant improvement. So whatever version of anything you have, even a business idea, as basic as it is, you can put it out there. While it's out there, customers come and start asking, why don't you have this? Why don't you have this? You take that information also, put it as a part of the improvement, and then launch out a better version, and just keep putting it out there. So you don't need to wait for one thing to become fully perfect before you push it out. As soon as you have a basic version that can work, put it out there and then just keep improving. Remember what Mark Zuckerberg said, nobody starts anything with the idea fully formed. It becomes clearer as we do it. Thank you.
Okay, please let's go. Next question.
Wow, we have so many hands raised. This is.
How many questions are we going to take?
We can only take 2 more. But I see the interest, and trust me, we're going to have post-conference engagements.
Okay, please let next be a lady. Since
Yes.
the guy has taken one, they will not take another guy and lady again.
Fine.
She's settled. So I will not be partial. So a lady.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's put our hands together for her.
My name is Imwejiboke Hillary Ayaro, but you guys can call me Hillary.
Yeah.
One thing I do as a mentality capacity is for me to compare myself to someone that I admire. Like the president of, what's this one? Okay, let's say Elon Musk, like you said, sir. He put himself in a situation where he was doubted by many people that he told himself that he's going to make the first satellite, but people didn't believe him. Now, based on what I used to do, when I compare myself to someone I admire, I look at the downfalls and the downplays. Now, I want to ask a question. My question is that, for me to put myself out there, is it good that I'm comparing myself to others, or is it bad because I'm making myself feel lower of myself?
I think the problem is the term you're using, comparing. I don't know. So, it's a very important way to grow. In business, we call it benchmarking.
Sure.
Right? We are building Life Edge Consulting. I told my people, I am always studying KPMG, Baines and Company, Phillips Consulting. Those are people that are way ahead. So I study them to learn their patterns, how they achieved what they achieved, so that I can learn and take some part of it to put as part of what I'm building. I think comparison, so if you're comparing with somebody, it's not the right word actually, but if you say you are studying those who are ahead of you in your industry in terms of whatever you want to build, in order to learn from them, learn their system, learn their strategy, and maybe even some of their errors, all right? it's okay. That's okay. Everybody does that. You will listen to the Folia or Diola. They always tell you about why they were building GT. This was the people they were looking at. It's a part of life. That's very okay. But it's not comparison. All right? You are studying them to check where they are, how they got there, so that you can apply some of those lessons in your own journey. It's quite different from comparison. But if that's the practice you're talking about, it's a good practice. It's allowed.
Thank you so much. Please, okay, in just 1 minute so we can have one more question.
Me, I'm studying international relations. So my future job I want to do is to become a diplomat, to represent myself out there or represent my country. And I tend to, the reason why I said compare is because sometimes it's like a contrast with respecting somebody else. In international relations, you can tend to downplay yourself, but at the same time, if you know what you are doing, you can negotiate yourself to a better prospect. And there's this thing that we used to do in my own school, that we put ourselves out there, then you know what you are going to do, like debates. I'm in debate club. So I'm putting myself out there with my own CV. Like I'm going for this conference for my own CV too. But my question is, I don't understand. Like, international relations is actually very broad. But if I'm looking at my own vision, what am I supposed to do as a youth, as a delegate for my own country? Yeah, that's the question. I know it doesn't really correlate with this, but like, I'm very concerned.
Jane, I think this is your post-conference. All right, but
okay.
Mr. Saza, you have anything to say to that? The truth is that international relations, don't just look at the big picture. It will start with local relations. True. Right? So I don't want you to postpone your growth process, because we are talking about growth here. International relations, just like I told you, it will also be representing this program to organizations who could sponsor a partner. It could be representing your department to other departments. I think that's how the journey begins before it even gets to, and other times it's not only about international, like nation. There are companies who have their representatives representing their brand to other countries and all of that. So the idea is, for this class, we're talking about beginning, innovating, and growing. And I don't want you to just have your eyes on that big picture alone. I want you to look for opportunities every day to exemplify whatever you're practicing in terms of relating. Of course, as you study and grow, you'll find new ways to evolve in whatever you're building with your life and career.
Thank you so much. Hilary, I hope that answers your question. Can you represent us internationally, Stasso, and the B.I.G Conference? You said you can start small, so you can reach out to us. Let's do something together. Okay, just the final question, please. We would have the time to do questions. I was already going to call someone there. Okay, but take it by force.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
1 minute to summarize your question.
Absolutely. My question is, how do you adjust yourself when you find out that you are always freezing at opportunities for growth? For instance, I told myself a couple of years ago that I was going to either own a marketing firm that's going to be one of the biggest in Africa or something. And I started by first going to Sir Samson's DN, that was Quad 7, digital marketing. From there, I've taken a couple of other courses. And what I've noticed is when I have opportunities that will put me on something of a big stage, I usually take a step back. I've had times when people will reach out and say, I see what you're doing online. Can you come and work here? But then when I look at what they are doing and everything, I'm like, I'm not sure I can play on this role. And then I take a step back. But I'm not saying my business is not doing good. It's more like I don't allow myself to stand on the platforms that people believe I'm good enough for. How do I come out of that?
Yeah, so this is very similar to what I spoke about initially, because I was in this same place at some point, believing that I am not good enough for, a particular place. So this thing is an internal issue. You will need to pray yourself out of it. I know, talking about prayer now, people may begin to think that, we're going spiritual. Life is spiritual. It's a mindset thing. So you will need to feed yourself with information that is contrary to what you currently believe. You need to keep speaking the truth to yourself through repetition. One of the things I do for myself is to help myself see. Right? I help myself see. And if I'm not seeing right, I try to change the environment. I want to see, you see that place that looks very big? Begin to picture yourself in that place, doing well in that place. See a picture of somebody that is already there, doing it right. It's a mental thing. So you are talking yourself out of it. You are speaking the positive words to yourself. You are telling yourself you'll be able to do this, and you are praying yourself out of it. Because anything that has to do with the mind must be dealt with words. Every mental challenge, you deal with it with words. You keep talking yourself out of that thing. And over time, through repetition, you will find out that something has changed. It could be that your environment is limiting you. You know that if all your peers are at the same level, it looks like you are breaking protocols to come out of that level. It feels like you're not doing the right thing if you want to come out of it. So you need to check, could it be that my current environment is limiting my growth? Also, look into the past. Is there something somebody has said to you before in the past that has affected you? I've seen people that they can't make much progress because somebody very important in their lives told them that they cannot do or they can't amount to anything. And because of that, it created like a mental barrier. And over time, they just find themselves believing that thing that they heard a long time ago. So you need to look back and look inwardly, and you look upwards to God, and I believe that you'll be able to solve that very problem. So I'm just talking about the spiritual part. We can talk about the other parts of it. Thank you.
Okay. Please, can you tell me what exactly you do as a marketer? What kind of, is it just for digital products you push?
Not just digital products.
Okay.
Mostly e-commerce, and once in a while I work with skincare brands.
Okay. So there is a book I read. I always refer to books. That's another shift at one point in my life. It said, if you think you can, that's confidence. If you can, that's competence. So sometimes you can have great confidence, but when opportunity comes, if your capacity is 200 and they are asking you to deliver 1,000, it will show. So one of the things I have used myself, I purposely, when I was introducing LifeEdge, spoke about how we started with people who sell recharge cards and all of that, is that I believe that if you are faithful with little, you will be faithful with much. So if you are struggling with this right now, the very foundation is what he has told you. Because even if they provide an opportunity to you, when you are trying to stretch your capacity, your mind will be your major battle, telling you, oh boy, you can't do this thing, all right? So you need to get the mindset fixed first. But what I think you also need to do is to find projects that will help you grow your capacity. All right? So when Jane was talking to me about this program, they talked about a lot of internship and all of that. There are times you need to find, it could be a mentor, or it could be just you at this phase of your life telling yourself, look, I want to work with 5 companies. What I have mastered is how to help them sell 200. My goal for myself now at this phase of my growth is how to push from that 200 limit to 1,000. And you find projects like that. When you take those projects, sometimes don't even charge. Because if I did not charge you, you will not hold me accountable for anything, right? So in that place, you want to experiment with the rest things you have learned and then be checking your results. Once your result pushes past 200 to 300, your confidence and your competence has grown together. Once you do all those things in the inner court, by the time you are writing a proposal to a company and you are telling them, look, we can help you do 10 million naira in sales monthly. It is not just coming from confidence. Because what happens many times as a consultant, you know, it's result. Customers pay us, clients pay us for result. So what we find is that when people come to pitch, they speak boldly. They've learned. Okay. At the end of all this bold talk, our agreement is we will pay you 200,000 every month to achieve X, Y, Z. You see that X, Y, Z is capacity matter. So I encourage you in that area you want to grow in. You want to build a marketing company. I encourage you to do that. There is a big gap there. If you do interviews now, the people ask you, is it a marketing job? I have a funny joke like that. So nobody likes to do marketing. And no business can work without marketing. So anybody who builds an agency now that can go to a rice dealer, I'm not talking only about digital product, and say, this thing you are doing, I know how to help you double your sales. It is you that will put your price. So find those kind of opportunities. It could be internship, it could be projects that you just set yourself to, and work under those conditions. If you work under those conditions for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, by the time you come out, you are refined. Capacity is built. And when you face project, you don't face it with that fear. When I promise clients, if I analyze your project and I tell you, we can help you achieve this, it is based on capacity I've built, sometimes from what I'm telling you. So I would like to see you go and do this and build the next biggest marketing company in Africa.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So because of time, we won't be able to take any more questions, and we'll have a post-conference experience where we get to talk about these things better. So let's put our hands together once again for our speakers. They've been amazing. So we'll just take a group photo for this section. Please, where? All right, please, if you have questions, still write down your questions, then share. Just write down your questions. We'll share something with you, or you can give it to the ushers and we'll compile them and answer them. Okay, please, sir, let's come together and take a picture.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Are we tired? Are we tired? That was a very inspiring and educating session. One thing I picked from that is that sometimes you may not know exactly what you want to do, but at least be very sure of what you don't want to do. Did you guys take notes? Took your notes, right? Another thing, and this one connected personally with me. I just heard it, and I broke it down to my own word. But this was what they said. Please let me know if you heard when they said it. As annoying as the anus can be, if you block it, you will die. Am I the only one that caught that part?
It's only you.
No. See, am I lying? How I understood it to be, according to what Bishop David Oyedepo said, it is foolishness to be shameful of what is gainful.
Wisdom.
You feel Amabi? No, relate it now. Relate the two statements. Sometimes there are some words you hear or some inspiration you hear. You just have to break it down to your own terms. Please, let's stand up. Stand up on your feet, everybody, because I say we don't sit down. Stand up on your feet. Stand up. Everyone stand up, please. Please look at your neighbor. Eyeball to eyeball. Face me, I face you. Turn to your right, turn to your left. Please place your hands on your neighbor's shoulders like this. Please, nah. Please do it for me, nah. Oh, yeah, look at your neighbor. Yes. Place your hand on your neighbor's shoulder like that. Yes. Yes. God bless those of you doing it. Shake your neighbor. Shake your neighbor. Yeah. Shake your neighbor. That's very good. Now, tell your neighbor. Say neighbor.
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 It is foolishness.
It is foolishness.
To be shameful.
To be shameful.
Of what is gainful.
Of what is gainful.
Put your hands together for yourself and have your seat. All right. Moving forward, we're supposed to do a raffle draw, but the settings are not in place for that. So we'll just do a little 1 minute or 2 minutes game so that you can win our gifts. Yes, you have to do something to earn it. Just for it to be fair, right?
Very fair.
So what are we going to be doing?
So for this first raffle draw, it's going to be for just females. Don't worry, the male one is coming. This one is for just females, and I can't tell you the gift now. It's something that will blow your mind. But we need just 3 girls to come up. Just 3 girls. It's something that will blow your mind, though. Phoebe, private jets. Okay, we've gotten 3. Thank you so much. Put your hands together for them. Please come up. Yes. Put your hands together for them now.
Please come to the center of the stage. Pretty ladies. Beautiful ladies. Innovative ladies. All right, please. We're going to do it real quick. But first, just tell them your names, please, so they know who you are.
My name is Becky.
All right, Becky. Oh, don't worry, use my mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mabude Tina.
Mamude Tina, right? Okay, Mamude. All right.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sarah.
All right, put your hands together for them, please. So, we're going to be doing it real quick. See, once the mic gets to you, you just have to list one football club. The moment you think about it, you are out. I will just pass the mic, say it, we'll come again, say it, just like that. The moment you think about it, like I put the mic on your mouth and you think about it without saying anything, you are out. Are we ready? All right, let's have it. 1, 2, 3, go.
Which what is that? Arsenal. Liverpool. Celtic. Manchester City.
Chelsea. Wait, use your mic. Please, don't repeat. If you repeat, you are out. So use your mic. Let's go. Start again. Oh yeah.
Brighton. Arsenal. Chelsea. Man U. Real Madrid.
Bring our mic. But come on, see, guys in the house, we asked them to list football club. The first club this girl listed is Real Sociedad. Is it what I'm thinking?
What you're thinking?
I think she's visiting countries.
You should have done Warri Wolves.
All right, let's go again. 1, 2, go.
Everton. Enugu Rangers. Chelsea.
All right, I think we have a winner already. Please see. Clap for her. Clap. See, the woman she mentioned Real Sociedad. I knew it was over. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much for participating. Please, can we have a gift, please?
From our sponsor.
All right, please put your hands together for her.
Naturals. The beautiful gift. Put your hands together for her.
Snap us picture. All right, please.
That's a bag of skincare products. Put your hands together for her once again.
All right, please, studio. Be ready. We'll need Lady Joy's video soon for our session.
So before Lady Joy comes up, I said something earlier before most of us came in. I said you should try to connect, and then I said take a selfie with your neighbor. Fortunately and unfortunately for us, only one person posted that selfie and tagged the B.I.G Conference. And we want to surprise that person. Some of you are shouting Jesus already. I was moved before to do something less, but I'm moved to do something more because he took the leap of faith. Even though the likes are not liking, we have like 2 likes.
Well, at least
but he was the only one that tried. Joshua Daniel. Please, where is he? Joshua Daniel. Hey, your gift is going on.
Eh?
Don't tell me he has gone.
Maybe he was streaming online.
He snapped a picture with one guy with glasses.
Now AI.
Joshua Daniel, please, if you are here, just step forward. Even his friend is not here, or they don't know their names. Your name on Instagram is Joshua B. Daniel. Okay, he's around. Oh, that's how people's blessings miss them. So he stepped out. Okay, he's working. Oh, beautiful. So we have a gift for him. Meanwhile, we have other gifts. So please, snap with your partner. Snap with your neighbor. Post it. Post it. Because you may just miss. Maybe Mr. Gozie will want to give us clothes. All right, so we'll be going straight to...
Okay, please, studio, can we have
Lady Joy's bio? Video? Thank you.
Meet Joy Alabi Hondain, a distinguished business strategist, corporate governance expert, and senior executive with 2 decades of leadership experience. Meet Joy Alabi Hondain, a distinguished business strategist, corporate governance expert, and senior executive with 2 decades of leadership experience. She is the Chief People and Operating Officer at Apex Network Limited and the founder of Next Gen Africa, empowering business owners across the continent. Through her work, Joy is committed to aligning people, performance, and purpose in everything she builds. With a loud resounding ovation, please welcome Joy Alabi Hondain.
Standing ovation, please. Keep clapping, keep clapping.
It's nice. I can see myself on several screens. I think it's good I can see myself here. Hello, everyone. Thank you for standing to welcome me. I'm grateful. Please, you may have your seat. I would like to appreciate Mr. Sampson and the other speaker. I didn't quite get your name. I came in during the speech. Mr. Victory. I think you guys, you need to celebrate them a little more because there was no gatekeeping in those responses. And they were so relatable and so true. This mic is failing. Can I have the other one, please? The other mic, can you help with that one? Thank you. Okay. So, I'll always like to introduce myself because sometimes I can't relate to that bio. I feel like I just started life. So, today, you and I have a very good privilege to have things that will change our lives happening right here. You're going to hear things that will change your entire life. And if you listen carefully, it will have tremendous impact on how you would succeed and if you would succeed. And this privilege of both of us meeting is possible because some great people organized this event and decided to have both of us meet. So please, can you take a minute to celebrate the organizers of this event? I do events, I collaborate with companies and even big organizations, and a lot goes into preparing for an event like this. And so well done to the innovators and the event planners. Please celebrate them again. That clap is not loud. Thank you. So I am Joy Undane. I'm a curious learner. I'm a professional polymath, because you would get to know why I said that. I'm a believer in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, not a prophet. I'm a lover to Shola Undane and a leader to thousands of persons in career, life, religious, and social directed spaces. So it's my pleasure to meet you. I'd like to tell you that my journey is a very interesting one. Combination of careers, that's orchestrations of God, and definitely preparation. I've pivoted 3 different careers. I started first out as an engineer because I studied engineering in school. I went to Obafemi Awolowo University, and I finished, I think, 2011. I got a degree in building engineering, and I went on to be in construction, did project management, PMP1, PMP2, and I was in construction. Then I had to take a turn in life as led by God to Osun State, and I became an educationist, an elementary educationist, like early child education. I was teaching children from 0 to 5. Anybody who has done that before, wave at me so that you can relate the intensity of that work. You have to have done it to understand the dynamics of good self-discipline and emotional regulation you need to have to do that job. I did that for about 6 years. Then I went on to work. When I was doing construction, I had started doing employee engagement, employee management. I was always helping my boss to do things, to work within the pay structure. I didn't even know that was human resource. I was just helping because I saw that that was a problem that the company was facing. In construction, people get to steal, they don't feel well compensated, and because they don't feel well compensated, they look for ways to, cut corners and pick things that would eventually amp the business. And that was what happened, or that was what was happening to my boss at that time, who was actually a foreigner. He was not a Nigerian, but he had a company here that was a subsidiary of another company in the US. And I was working directly with him because he always called me short one. I was very small. It didn't feel good throwing me alone on site. So I was one handling his tendering, going for meetings. When he had projects, I would follow him. I was doing that contract signing, almost like his executive assistant. Then I realized that we're having a lot of problems in the company because people were stealing. And I got to know the people that were stealing. And the natural line will have been, I should tell my boss, yeah? But I know that will not solve the problem. Because if I tell my boss, he will be so angry, he will let them go. And these guys are terribly good at their job. If we let them go, the company will suffer. If my boss gets to know them, he will not be able to deal with himself, not letting them go. Do you get that dynamics? So I had to be the buffer in between. I was a wee 22-year-old girl. I had to be the buffer in between to say, if I tell my boss, he will feel the need to do something about these guys. And if I don't do something about these guys, they will continue and they will run us down as a business. So what can I do? And I thought, this person that has been doing this job is earning 40K. Imagine you're in a contract that you know is, as at that time, was about 400 million naira profit. Yeah, not the cost of the business. Like when we draw the bottom line, it's going to rank up to 400 million, and we're going to spend about 2 years on that project, and you're going to be the person doing the work, and all the money you're going to get on that project while you're there is not up to 2 million naira. You can see the dynamics. So I sat with my boss. I sat down, drafted a document to let him see how much he has lost from stealing as a company, and how much he was paying. As at that time, we were 14 full-time staff, and apart from the 4 men and all those people that were not on the payroll, I showed him. I said, sir, I don't want to mention his name. He's a big man. He's in oil and gas now. I showed him. I said, sir, if we pay people 3x of what we pay them now, we will not feel it, because it's not up to 50% of what we are losing. Then, I did not know that what I was doing was comparative analysis. Now I've gone to business school, I've done Harvard strategy, I know the names. Then he said, okay, so, what do we do, Joy? He calls me short one and he calls me Joy when he's serious. I said, sir, pay your people better. Then we will do a survey after you've paid it, and we will see how they feel happy being on their job. And if after that, we measure the stealing and it does not go down, they will not be able to put measures on getting the people that are stealing. At that time, I already knew the people that were stealing. We will not be able to do measures on people that were stealing, and you will have every justifiable reason to let them go. From what I was saying, he was a wise man. He knew already that it was as though we had some information, not just myself, some other people. So he decided to go with it. Do you know what happened? We grew from 14 to 27 in less than 3 months. Because all the top people he had been trying to employ, they were not coming. We were able to employ them. We were able to retain the good guys and even get better guys. Why? Because now there was a pay structure. Everybody was talking about how it was not so bad. The pay was better. At that time, it was beginning to compete with the likes of El Dabato. And people were like, I would rather work for a Nigerian company that is not so big and there's no, politics. And we were having good, top-tier talent. Well, that was my first experience into human resource, even though I did not know that was what I was doing, until after I left elementary education and I came back to human resource. And I've done human resource for over a decade now, and I love it. Of course, I'm doing more than human resource now. I do corporate governance, I do other things, but I still love the job. And why am I telling you all this story? It's because your life and your education is not linear. I learned that a lot of us here, maybe fresh out of school, building something afresh, or still student. Is that correct? Thank you. Your life and education is not linear. It's like you're building this building, and then you say one of the major ingredients you will first think about is a cement. Then you think about a steel. Then you think about maybe glass. Then you think about maybe aluminium and so many other things. That's how it is when you're going through life. It is different materials, different diverse materials building what you're building. So it is up to you to know how to apply those diverse materials at different times of your life at different levels. Your education is not your certificate. Your education is your learning, the inculcating of the values that you are getting at every stage of your life. And they are always very deployable and transferable. It is a wonderful topic we are speaking about today. And my decade of experience mentoring, training, and leading in the corporate space, I know that this topic truly would be able to inspire your life. I'm talking about the compound effect, mindset, habits, and decisions that shape extraordinary careers. If I were to ask you for top 10 persons who you feel has built an extraordinary career, you're going to give me names like Warren Buffett, right? Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Serena Williams, Beyonce, Tony Elumelu, Funke Akindele. Oh, let me ask you, maybe you should just give me, who wants to give me two names? Somebody you know that has built a career that you're so fascinated about. Yeah. Huh? What? Eric Gugwa, that's the influencer? Oh, interesting. That's so nice. Who else? Oh, I wish there was a mic. I wish I could hear her. But I think she said something about Grace. Grace Ofure. You know, you say things like Chimamanda Adichie. You know Chimamanda. You talk about Kofi Amani. Do you know these people I'm mentioning? You talk about Oprah Winfrey. You talk about this kind of people. So if you can show me, let me project Warren Buffett. Let's start from Warren. He made his first stock exchange at the age of 11. I'm not sure you can see it very well. But that was not what made him a success. He went on to continually, intentionally diversify his stock for another 10 years, and not just 10 years, 20 years, not just 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and it was at its 50th year that he first of all made enough breakthrough that qualified him to be the richest man in the world. And that was in 2008. He held that position for 2008 to 2009 before he was pulled over by Bill Gates, who held it for another 9 years. But what am I driving at here? It was not from a rich home. As a matter of fact, very contrary. Yes, he came from a home where, you know, he had been exposed to stock and some information around it. But then, as at 11 years, imagine if at 25, he felt like, this thing is not good, Jare, let me go and do something else. And he stopped. He didn't stop at 25 years old. He didn't stop at 30. He continually kept up at it, adding one brick upon the other until he became enough force. His staggering wealth right now is about 119 billion US dollars. And how did he amount to that? Investing hundreds of dollars since 11 years old. That's the power of compounding interest. It is the amount of time you are able to stay on something, steadily building it enough with intentionality till it becomes a force that looks like where you want to go. Or should we talk about one of the first and only finance minister in Nigeria that made us debt-free, Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala. Any girl in finance knows her story. She spent 25 years, you can project a picture or a summary if you can still see it, at the World Bank, becoming Nigerian first minister twice and eventually the first woman to ever lead the World Trade Organization. A career is a compounding credibility built through decades. It was not a one-year affair. Decades of consistent learning, consistent leading, and consistent building. She is known as African financial genius and has moved fluidly between government and global governance. When I was coming in here this morning, it was morning, I was stopped at the door and we were having a pre-entry interview. And the lady asked me, he said, tell me one problem that you think is paramount with the youth of today. And there were a list on my mind. But you know what I told her? Haste. Today's youth are in a haste. We will get to Rory. Rory is somewhere in front. I'll tell you about Rory. As a matter of fact, that is my very first AI video, so when you see it, please be kind. You know, we're in a haste. There's some resources, 3 main resources for anybody building wealth or living in that sphere. It is first, time. The second is network. Network, that's your relationships. And the third is then your net worth. That's your buying power. This is how people amass wealth. You know, buying power is not the same thing as wealth. Yeah. So, as a young person, there is one you have, which is time. Unless you are a Nepo baby, you might not have the network. And unless you have a trust fund, which is also a Nepo baby, you might not have the net worth. But those things are also part of the building ingredient of what you already have, which is time. But you see these days, young people do not know how to steadily, intentionally dedicate on putting one brick upon the other to enjoy a compounding effect of the resource that you have now, which is time. I'm not saying you should waste your time. Of course, you know that's not what I'm saying. If you have an iPhone here, please wave it at me. If you are using an iPhone, let me see it. Wave now, big boys and girls. How are you now for being humble? There are some high drugs that are more expensive than some iPhones, so it's not a bragging right anymore. But show it at me, let me see. Really, really push it up. Let me see the percentage. Yeah, but maybe I'm looking at 40 or 30% of people here are using an iPhone. The person that dreamt up that device in your hand, you must have heard his name before, is Steve Jobs, right? Right? You know Steve Jobs. Everybody, at least if you don't know him, you've heard of his name. You know, he taught about how to put music walker. When we were growing up, there was something we called music walker. If you know walker, here, let me see your hand. Are you married? Because you cannot be a Gen Z. You can't even be a young millennial. We had walkers. We put cassette inside it and you put cord. And if your parents were a little bit sophisticated, they get you this iPhone, iTunes long walker that you could use. It looked like an iPhone, but it's just for music. So we had that. Then he wrote of how to put that your walker alongside your journal and your camera and your calculator and your pager and your alarm clock and your telephone together in one device. His name is Steve Jobs. But let me tell you a little bit about his story. He was born by a student mother who did not want him and gave him up for adoption to an uneducated white married couple. He dropped out of school when he was 20, going on 21, not because he was lazy, but because the cost of his education was going to run his adoptive parents bankrupt. But he still got himself educated by joining classes for more than 2 years on campus, squatting with friends, eating one healthy meal per week, and saving up all of his money from his part-time work pay. He started Apple at the back garage of his parents at 22 years old and was later fired when he became 30 from Apple. You know the interesting part was that when he was fired from Apple, he went on to build Nest and Pizza. Now, all of you know Apple, right? It's the billion-dollar company right now, and maybe that's the reason why you know Steve Jobs. But there is also Nest and Pizza. Do you know Toy Story? That was the company that built Toy Story. Pixar is also a multi-million-dollar company today. So is Nest. So on his badge is not just Apple, it's also Pixar and Nest. When he returned to the near-bankrupt Apple in 1997, that accumulated technical and creative capital paid off at all once, he had to use the software he built in Nest, which eventually became Mac OS. And that was what flipped the story of Apple from being bankrupt to giving them an edge in 1997. Apple is a multi-million-dollar company today, but Pixar became the most profitable animation studio after Walt Disney that was ever built. Nobody has still broken that still now. Producing Toy Story, many cartoons till today, another billion company. If you look at this guy's story, you will realize that his life is a compendium of multiple, continuous, overlaying, compounding interest of learning, hard work, and both shared determination. A lot of us want to build something great, but we're trying to do it without the ingredients of it. And if there's anything I want to challenge you about today, is what are you doing right now that you are using to build the muscle of consistency that can drive a success? What? Ask yourself, ask your neighbor, what are you doing right now that is building the consistency muscle in you? Ask. What did they say? TikTok. It's not bad, but TikTok should be an enabler. If you see anybody that is creating content on TikTok that you like, they have an agenda that they are using TikTok to push. So what is compounding effect? I think I would like to define it as the extra steps that starts that calorie deficit on your 10K weight loss journey. You want to burn 10 kg. A lot of us here have weight loss journey plans. And you're meant to take 10,000 steps. Why? Because your calorie really begins to burn at 8,000. So that extra step, that 500 step, must compound to become 1,000. You must continue. If you stop at 1,000, it's good, but you will not burn calories unless you're stopping what you eat. It will achieve it. You must get to 2,000. You must keep at it till you get to 3,000, till you get to 6,000, till you get to 8,000. Then from 8,000 to 10,000, your body realizes it has to draw from the reserve. And that is when you get into calorie deficit. Now, from all of the stories I've told you today, you would have realized, number one, that nobody becomes exceptional overnight. You are never going to become a success by something you did once or an overnight success, even lotteries. It only happens in movies or a 1 in a million occurrence. What looks like luck is actually a break of visible or invisible, remarkable effort. One of the most fascinating authors, Dr. Steen Selene, that's one of the person I've read that I really love. She wrote What I Wish I Knew at 20. But she is a professor in Stanford, US. And her work is basically built on luck. That is all our research is about, the definition of luck. You know how she defined luck? She said luck is not a random lightning strike of chance. That's something you actively create through your mindset, your choice, and action. It's a compounding effect of well-managed time, opportunities, and relationships. Another thing you should learn from all of those stories is compounding is deceptively slow at first. Can I get one person, or maybe two? Like two people, come quickly. Anyone? Yeah. Amazing. So if I ask you that somehow I'm representative of who is okay, Tompolo or somebody, one of those your money marks in Uari. I say, what's your name? I say Oluwafumilayo and Harry. So Oluwafumilayo, I want to get your account number, and I'm going to give you two options to pick. I would give you 500 million naira now to do whatever you do want, or I would give you 1,000 naira now and continue to double whatever is in your account every day for the next 30 days. Just 30 days. Which one will you pick? 500 million. What of you? 500 million. And that sounds reasonable, but look up. So, let's look at 1,000 naira on day one is 1,000. That's the power of compounding effect. It doesn't look like much. Day two, it becomes 2,000, right? That means you have a total of 4,000. Day three, it becomes 8,000, right? Day four, it becomes 16,000. You know you had it up with the one that was there before. You have 32. Day five, you'll be having 64, which makes it 81. By the time you are on day 9, you have over 500,000. It doesn't look like much, right? The person that picked 500 million sounds reasonable because it's already 10 days. On the 10th day, it looks like you have 4 million. By the time you get to the 29th day, you have 536,870,912 naira. On the 30th day, it becomes 1,073,741. I can't see clearly. It becomes above 1 billion, right? Now, that's just for 30 days. It looked ridiculous. I mean, it's a wise thing you'll have thought, but you are now twice as rich to the person that picked 500 million. Now, if you imagine what it would be on the 40th day. That's the power of compounding effect. Please, let me celebrate them. Have your seat. Small improvements looks like nothing for months. If you ask anybody that has lost a lot of weight, they will tell you, don't weigh yourself for the first 2 or 3 months. Because you might get discouraged. But does that mean that there is nothing happening? There is actually a lot happening. It looks like nothing is happening for months. Imagine if both of us, I start here, and another person is beside me, and we start here. And we're meant to be going together. And we put a 30 degrees difference between ourselves. When we start the journey, it won't look like much. But as we continue to move on that journey, the gaps become what? Say it loud. The gap becomes what? That's the difference between a Tunde that reads 30 minutes every day, consistently, listens to his intelligent podcast on his way to work, and he does that consistently for 6 months. It does not look like anything. You put him in a room with another baller that was just living as it comes. And in 6 months, there's so much intellectual difference between those two. Because in 6 months, Tunde will have amassed more than 18,000, about 1,800 hours of learning. Do you know the 10,000 hour rule? Who knows it? Please, let me give him the mic. Please, let's celebrate people. It's a lot of courage to raise up your hand in the crowd to talk.
Okay, so the rule states that basically it takes 10,000 hours to actually learn any skill properly.
To become an
Good at any
expert
skill.
in, thank you so much. 10,000 hours means for you to say, I know I'm an expert in something. By the time you spend 10,000 hours doing anything, you become an expert in it. I was talking to someone who was going to build me a platform, a tech platform for one of my innovations. And when I was talking with him, he was like, wait, are you a Texas? I was like, I have 1 hour meeting with developers every day. And I've been doing it for the last 3 years. I think I should have a diploma in tech. There is really nothing. If I don't code, but I can read codes. Because that is what happens when you consistently put deliberate actions on something. And most of the time, we don't want to spend time building. We want to just appear. It's not easy. Trust me, it is not. It's not very conducive for you to keep at something that does not look like it when you start it. But you see, anything I'm trying to drive at you today is the power of compounding effects that requires a lot of consistency. At the beginning of your career, you cannot be spending 6 months in every job you take. You're not going, imagine you join a job today, 6 months, that is when they are just getting to really, really now decide to use you. You've carried your bag. An extra 50K. You sit there. Another 6 months, you carried your bag. Extra 75,000. Give it 4 years. By the time you're on your 5th job, 6 months, and then there is somebody that wants a senior role, that wants to hire for a senior role, and sees another guy that has done 2 years here and 3 years here, most definitely they will pick that other guy that has done 2 years here and 3 years here than you that have done 6 months all over the place. You know why? Because you don't have results. You have process, but you did not stay long enough to build results. For somebody that has done hiring for so long, I will tell you that at the beginning of your career, you might not need to spend 10 years in a place unless it's Shell or a place that has very good growth trajectory, or you can see your path very clear. You understand what I mean, yeah? You don't need to spend 10 years there. But at the same time, your job, the quality of your job impact mostly starts between the 6th to the 18th month. Before you can say that I am tired of my job, you must be on the 18th month. Because if anything between the 1st and the 6th, you're still on probation. As a matter of fact, they will not put a lot of, if it's a good organization, they will not put a lot of impact on you yet, because they don't want you to be at stake of something as important in their job. Less than 6 months, unless you're coming on a senior role. It's only if you're coming on a senior role that they would give you, expect you to hit the ground running. If you're a mid-level associate or something, you will not have handled anything substantial in the first 6 months. They will allow you to settle in, learn the culture, observe you. All of that is happening. It is when you are in your 6th month to 12th month, then they start committing things into your head. Then if you don't give yourself that room to stay long enough to begin to get things that gives you the value, how are you going to improve? Then you now get 4 years and you now say, I've spent 5 years on this profession, I'm a senior. And then you come to interview. And we're like, whoa. Because you don't have the stuff that a senior should be built with. Consistency. You must learn how to know how to stay on something till you are able to get the right juice and the impact on that thing. And it's something that the young people of these days are not really aware of. Or maybe, I don't know, if it's social media, or maybe nobody really had told you. But this is how things work. Success is not an overnight story. There is no success you know today that happened overnight. Small improvements looks like nothing for months, then the gap between the person who kept going and the person who quit on the way becomes so gigantic. Another thing you must learn is treat your skill and reputation like a savings account. I was in a professional gathering sometimes, like I think 2 months ago, and I told them to treat their career like a business. It's almost the same thing. Every reputation, every hard conversation, every finished project is a deposit that earns interest later. I tell people that by the grace of God, there is no boss that I have had in my almost 20 years of working that I cannot walk up to today and they would sit down and listen to me. Even when I was a short one. Why? Because when I'm joining you, your problem becomes my problem. I sit on boards now. And you know why I can sit on boards? Because I've learned to look through the problems of businesses since day one. I can diagnose the problem of your company if I sit down. It's 20 years coming. It didn't start yesterday. If I go to any of my boss in the past, I can talk. And they did not remember me because I was once an employee. They always remember me because there is every job I've done, there is at least a project that was of landmark that I did before I left. That they would remember me for. At least one. Solve problems. Be ready to be that person that people can take. They can take a bail on you. For the lack of a better word. Focus on process. Now, another thing about that you should naturally depict is that leads to your net worth, right? That's the compounding interest. Focus on process, not outcome. Chase the next title and you'll be born out. How many of us here are already graduates? So you've been working? That's great. Amazing. I'm so happy to be speaking with you because this is for you. You're looking for a job. You're tired of your job. Let me see your hand. Don't worry. Let me see your hand. Don't be like, she's going to scold me. Oh, good. Nobody's saying, what if I have a job for you? All right. So, it's easy for you to... Let me tell you something that happens when your eyes is always on the future. You forget to live the present. And when you forget to live the present, you do not maximize the benefit of what the present holds. I tell people, it's a little bit of learning to do, but you must learn how to master maximizing what you have while you are looking forward to what you want to have. If you are focusing on that next chase, that 1% better actual work titles, the next raise, what happens is that you will be born out on what you have, and the next chase might even take a longer time to come. Instead of asking your boss for a raise, improve your value and raise your impact. Then your boss will seek you out for a raise. See, I've realized that there is nobody that can say no to value. Did you hear what I said? There is nobody that can say no to value. A billionaire died and transferred his wealth to his heir, who was a narcissist. And that heir chased out all the 34 in-house employees that were working on his estate. Then he woke up the next morning and went to pick his cup of coffee. Then he screamed, "What nonsense is this? Sir, we have a coffee maker. He has worked for your father for the last 15 years. You see that beautiful, well-curated cup of latte you have that sets your day going and your mood in the right place? Has been 15 years of dedicated work of this man that you sacked yesterday. The heir says, get me that man. The man comes and says, I'm sorry, but I cannot work for you anymore. Because I just got somebody that offered me 2 times of my salary that your estate and your father generously paid me. What does the narcissist say? I will double it. It's not as though he's nice with his money. But he understands that his day will not be perfect without that cup of coffee. So you must double it. When you want to have a hedge and conversation with people that matter, you don't go with emotions. You go with results. And it takes time to build results. It takes time to build the competency enough to get the results. I think it was Mr. that talked about when you think you can do something, that's confidence. But when you can do it, it's confidence. Both of them can be married together. But it takes results. Results, see, let me tell you, compounding results gives you the boost of understanding of your competence and how to go in your competence with confidence like no other. I should say it again. Honestly, if I were to say it again, I won't say it the same way because it's flowing straight from my mind. Somebody was asking, oh, people say I can do this. How do I come into that confidence? Yes, you should pray. But let me tell you something. If you have 17 results in your books that shows that you can do it, you will never be scared of taking up the opportunity. You can volunteer to get the results as rightly advised. You can intern. I took a pay cut mid-career to build a skill. An intern after 5 years of working to collect quarter of my salary to build a skill. So you can do all of that. But one thing you will not be able to deny is your result. I can look anybody in the face, anywhere in the world. I have meetings. I'm a member of the Society of Human Resource Global. And we have meetings several times. And sometimes I'm looking at the likes of Daniel Pink, old men that have been doing HR globally, best the GHRG. I'm like, well, there are things you're saying, but I don't think it will apply in this context. I can't say that. Why? Not some confidence. It is a mixture of competence and confidence. I have my stars to show that I know what I'm saying. So it is the result that helps you to be able to stand confidently on your competence. Because you would have a true picture of your competence. Did you get it? It is results. Even I don't know how those words are coming. It is results that helps you to stand confidently on your competence. Because you will have a true picture of your competence. Relationship decay without upkeep. A few minutes check-in today costs nothing and can open doors 5 years from now. I mean, everybody has been talking about the Mr. Tony thing and Tony Lumelu thing. And there are a lot of things that, first of all, in that particular video, one of the things that struck me was how the chairman still finds time to go and meet his graduate entries. If you don't look at how much it speaks about a person, then you have not started to live life. Because I know some small young billionaires that have 100 employees and they don't even know the names of their new hires. Or somebody that's been working with them for 2 or 3 years. They won't even go for onboarding. They won't even go for general meetings. The fact that he still goes for those kind of meetings got me thinking. And I was like, no wonder this man has built and stayed this long. and this relevant for this long? Because I know people that you'll be forced to come for their town hall meetings, their own employees, the people that are helping you make the money. And if you look at the company, maybe some 50 million or 50 billion naira company. Not to say it's small, but that's got me thinking. This is a man that understands relationship. Up, down, sideways. Up, down, sideways. Because all of those relationships matters. And spending 5 minutes here, 10 minutes here are intentional investments. Look at me, I'm opportunity to meet you today. I might not be able to meet you somewhere else. If we saw somewhere else, we might not be able to have a chat. You might not have an idea of who I am, or what I do, or what I can do. But I don't know where I'll meet you in the next 5 years. Maybe you might be an ambassador to the UN. And when you see me in an airport lounge, you will be able to say, "Hi, Lady Joy, how are you? I met you 5 years ago," right? That is the power of relationships. Oh, I cannot tell you how important it is to intentionally invest in relationships. Every yes is a hidden no. Say yes to something mediocre, it's quietly saying no to whatever you could have done instead. I think it was the guy in the tan orange that was saying he was happy that he learned graphics when there was no AI. Because every time you decide to use an AI to solve your problem, you are saying no to the processing power and the ability of your brain to think through that problem. It's a brain rot. AI, like every tech, is an enabler. You should use it to achieve after you've thought through it. Maybe make it finer and easier, but think through it. You remember 3 Idiots? How many of you here know 3 Idiots as a movie? Some old people are here. Okay, nice. You remember that guy? Zip, up, down, machine. That's the easiest technology definition you would ever find. Anything that makes what you want to achieve easier to achieve. But your intellect and your process is still the one designing how it goes. I think that's what you're calling prompt engineering right now. But it's a lot more than that. Bad things compound too. As a matter of fact, you are an epitome of compounding actions, good or bad. If you compound rightly, you have less deficit to wrong compounding, but you are actually compounding. If you are constantly eking the easy, unhealthy way out of things, you are compounding interest on how to keep picking easy and unhealthy way out of things. A few downs down the line, even if you want to do better, you will have to go to rehab. Expect a flat middle. There is stretch where effort and result feels completely disconnected. My time is over. Wow, they're like, I'm just on my 4th page. Okay, I'm almost done. Oh, thank God. So I'm almost wrapping up. But I hope you're learning something. There is always a flat middle. When you're going something, there is an enthusiasm of starting afresh. And then you hit a flat. It's almost like a crescendo. That is where your strength is tested. If you go back at that point, mostly in your job, you're already 2 years in the job. You have hit the flat middle. Most of the time when you're in the 2nd year of your job, it's always a flat middle. But if you can stay on it, I'm talking about very good organizations now. When you hit the 4th, you begin to get the dividends of the extra 2 flats doubled. Let's say you work in, let me take a physical example. Let's use a BCG. When you enter BCG, the first 2 years is so hard. Gosh, so much work, so much demand. Times you feel like you're going to die. When you get to the 2nd year, it's like they've seen you finish. They begin to give you repetitive tasks. Analysis that you've done before. Thank you, you do consulting, so you'll be able to, commensurate things. Analysis that you've done before. And you are almost like, let me move from here and go to, you don't want to go to KPMG because the money is smaller. You feel like, let me move from here and go and join a company that would pay me as their CFO or pay me as their this. But if you stay on it, you keep taking the mundane, repetitive task. You keep traveling when you don't feel like traveling. You keep going for research when it's like the dirty work that you feel like your junior should be doing, but they don't trust the junior to do it. So even though you are a mid-senior, they still treat you as the junior. So you keep taking all of that. Or give it another 2 years. By the time you get to assistant manager, associate, or you become an associate, then you see all the salary you've gotten in the first 4 years becomes your bonus in a year. Then it pays off. But they won't tell you that. Nobody, none of your colleagues, even if you have a sponsor in that business, they won't tell you. Because there's always a flat middle. And that flat middle is what searches your temperance if you're ready for the success that you seek. Extraordinary careers aren't built on extraordinary decisions. They are built on ordinary ones, repeated in the same direction, long after it stops feeling exciting. They tell you no knowledge is lost. And that's true. It is, however, useless unless you know how to do knowledge applicability. How to apply the principle of the knowledge you got on the goal you currently achieve to the goal you aspire to. I don't want to go into this story because it's a long time. I will have told you a story of a sales manager I was once going to employ for a company. Maybe I should tell you. It might resonate with you. Maybe it's even what you remember. She had worked as a bank front teller officer of a very good bank in Nigeria for 2 years. And then she was trying to move into sales. You know, sales come with bonus. And then she was applying for this sales with this pharmaceutical company. A very young girl, bright. As a matter of fact, I was not meant to call her for the interview. I think what struck me on her CV, because she didn't have the required experience, but what struck me on her CV was that she has invested so much time in doing pharmaceutical inclined social impact work. And that got me thinking that, let me speak with this girl. I actually was even I wanted to find out some information about the organization she had volunteered with. So I invited her for the interview and we started talking. And you know what struck me was that this girl had worked with her mother that was going to start a grocery store in front of their house. Their father is late. And she helped her mother during the time when she was in school to build that grocery mom and pop shop into becoming a mini mart in less than 6 months. I told her, babe, you have 4 years experience as a sales manager. You just do not know. Because let me tell you, the ideas that goes into that kind of field experience is all the thinking, all the grit work, all the relationship management, all the loose hand tidying ups that you need to build a mom and pop shop into a mini mart in 6 months. It's exactly what you will duplicate in starting off a career in sales. You must be able to separate the skill that you have learned. Understand what exactly you learned in your journey and how it applies in the furtherance of it. I'm wrapping up. You remember Steve Jobs, the Apple Nexus guy? Yeah? One of the things about his story that he normally talks about is how he went to calligraphy class. If anybody has heard that story before. If you're holding the QW, I don't know how to pronounce it, QWERTY keyboard. That's what everyone use now. You know the QWERTY keyboard? That's the keyboard pattern you have on your phone right now, that you have on your laptop right now. Every company duplicates it. You know how it was formed? From Steve Jobs, by attending his calligraphy classes. The Times numerals, the different fonts that you have, that you play with. It was out of the curiosity of a man that was attending calligraphy classes. Because facts and tools rarely transfer. But you see, the things that you learn is very much transferable. My closing words. You are where you are now because of what you did in the past. Your future will be a result of what you do today. To become much, you only have to do little things, but consistently, intentionally, and compoundingly. I think that's where I will draw the curtain today because of time. Thank you for having me. And I believe you learned something. All right. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for Lady Joy once again. That was a beautiful one. Thank you, ma. But please, before you leave, we'd like to take a picture with you. Thank you, ma.
Please, Naifa and King. Yeah.
Please, can someone help us take any of the volunteers, please? Can you take this up? Thank you.
Please, we'll just have all the speakers. Immediately we take with her. Please, let's have a general picture with all the speakers before they leave. Both panelists and judges, please.
Please, all speakers, please. Sir. Speakers, panelists, judges, please, can you join the photograph? Please, one more time, put your hands together for Lady Joy and all speakers that have come up. But there's something Lady Joy said that I was like, or rather she omitted something. So when she was calling people's names and she said, people who you look up to, I was expecting her to call my name. But I know that one day each and every one of us will get there. Say amen. All right, so it's time for corporate stretch. We've been sitting for too long, so I just want us to stand up, stretch, left, right. Just stretch, shake 5 persons, introduce yourself, introduce your business, because you may just meet your customer here or someone you can collaborate with. While you're doing that, if the media could help us with soft music in the background, we don't mind. And would also like to acknowledge some of our partners. We have 19 internationals. We have Bito Naturals. We have 3P Tech. We have Discover Delta. Sopa Records. MOD Education, Rume Visuals, Footlink Hardwares, Joseph Shorts, we have Dubri Timiya Foundation, we have Ingada, we have Layedi, we have LV Solution, SkySense, WIFA, Tonet Stores. Thank you. We love you. Thank you for making this event a success, because it's already a success. Are we still connecting? While we are connecting, we could also move towards the exhibitor stand. We have different exhibitors. You could get one or two things. We have just 5 minutes for that. Media, can you help us with the videos for the sponsors and the partners while this is going on? Thank you. Media, please.
Real quick, 3 things to say. Real quick, 3 things. Real quick. 3 things Tussle. Real quick, 3 things Tussle offers right now, and honestly, you need all of them. First, community, free workshops, free webinars. Every week, no payment, no barrier. Just join our WhatsApp channel and boom, you're connected.
Second, services. Look, we have an in-house team, web developers, social media experts, LinkedIn pros,
right? Real quick, 3 things Tussle offers right now, and honestly, you need all of them. First, community, free workshops, free webinars, every week. No payment, no barrier. Just join our WhatsApp channel and boom, you're connected.
Second, services. Look, we have an in-house team, web developers, social media experts, LinkedIn pros, writers. We do the work for you, or we teach you how to do it yourself. Whatever you need in the online space, we've got it. Third,
real quick, 3 things Tussle offers right now, and honestly, you need all of them. First, community, free workshops, free webinars, every week. No payment, no barrier. Just join our WhatsApp channel and boom, you're connected.
Second, services. Look, we have an in-house team, web developers, social media experts, LinkedIn pros, writers. We do the work for you, or we teach you how to do it yourself. Whatever you need in the online space, we've got it. Third, media, campus stories, series, real content from real students, because transformation isn't boring, and we're here to show you what's possible. Now here's where it gets interesting. We're launching something big in September, but I'm making a special offer right here, right now at this B.I.G conference. We're launching paid masterclasses, full training, real skills, practical frameworks, and right here, right now at this B.I.G conference, the launch price is 10,000 Naira, and it's for today only. After this conference ends, the price goes up. For the September launch, it will be full price. But if you register today, you lock in 10,000 Naira. That's it. So here's what you do. Join the free community right now, scan that QR code. But if you're serious about growth, register for the masterclass today, because you won't see 10,000 Naira again. You can simply register by sending a WhatsApp message to 081-523-7006, send your full name, and you'll be shared the details to proceed. If you're also interested in any of our services listed out here, also reach out to that same contact on WhatsApp and you will be attended to within 24 hours. Choose now, register today. Thank me in September. Stossel, learn, earn, grow.
Every great journey begins with a dream. Your dream. Your next chapter. But turning that dream into reality can feel overwhelming. Which school? Which country? What next? That's where MOD education comes in. For over 20 years, we've helped students turn overseas study plans into real opportunities. From Canada to the United Kingdom. From the United States to Australia, Ireland, and many more. Your world of possibilities is bigger than you think. Finding the right school is only the beginning. We guide you through the process, from choosing your program and submitting your application, to preparing your documents and navigating your visa. And when that long-awaited admission comes, everything changes. Admission granted. Because studying abroad isn't just about getting on a plane. It's about becoming who you're capable of becoming. Your journey starts here. And our support doesn't stop at admission. From visa guidance to helping you prepare for your new environment, MOD Education is with you through the journey. Because the goal isn't simply to study abroad. It's to build a future without limits. It's to learn, grow, become. Your destination may be different. Your course may be different. But your journey deserves the right guidance. So if your next chapter is overseas, let MOD Education help you make it happen. Your future starts with a decision.
Your next event starts here. Your check-in still runs on a notebook and a pen. Guests queuing in the sun. Inketer turns your guest list into one QR code. 3 steps. That's it. Set up your event. Guests get a QR ticket. Scan at the door. 1 code, 1 scan. 1 entry. Watch your event fill up live.
Real quick, 3 things Stossel offers right now, and honestly, you need all of them. First, community, free workshops, free webinars, every week. No payment, no barrier. Just join our WhatsApp channel and boom, you're connected.
Second, services. Look, we have an in-house team, web developers, social media experts, LinkedIn pros, writers.
We do the work for you, or we teach you how to do it yourself. Whatever you need in the online space, we've got it.
Third, media, campus stories, series, real content from real students, because transformation isn't boring, and we're here to show you what's possible. Now here's where it gets interesting. We're launching something big in September, but I'm making a special offer right here, right now at this B.I.G Conference. We're launching paid masterclasses, full training, real skills, practical frameworks, and right here, right now at this B.I.G Conference,
the launch price is 10,000 naira, and it's for today only.
After this conference ends, the price goes up. For the September launch, it will be full price. But if you register today, you lock in 10,000 naira. That's it. So here's what you do. Join the free community right now. Scan that QR code. But if you're serious about growth,
register for the masterclass today, because you won't see 10,000 naira again.
You can simply register by sending a WhatsApp message to 081-523-7006. Send your full name and you'll be shared the details to proceed.
If you're also interested in any of our services listed out here, also reach out to that same contact on WhatsApp and you will be attended to within 24 hours. Choose now. Register today. Thank me in September. Stossel, learn, earn, grow.
Every great journey begins with a dream. Your dream. Your next chapter. But turning that dream into reality can feel overwhelming. Which school? Which country? What next? That's where MOD Education comes in. For over 20 years, we've helped students turn overseas study plans into real opportunities. From Canada to the United Kingdom. From the United States to Australia, Ireland, and many more. Your world of possibilities is bigger than you think. Finding the right school is only the beginning. We guide you through the process, from choosing your program and submitting your application, to preparing your documents and navigating your visa. And when that long-awaited admission comes, everything changes. Admission granted. Because studying abroad isn't just about getting on a plane. It's about becoming who you're capable of becoming. Your journey starts here. And our support doesn't stop at admission. From visa guidance to helping you prepare for your new environment, MOD Education is with you through the journey. Because the goal isn't simply to study abroad. It's to build a future without limits. It's to learn, grow, become. Your destination may be different. Your course may be different. But your journey deserves the right guidance. So if your next chapter is overseas, let MOD Education help you make it happen. Your future starts with a decision.
With everything I've been doing, at first, it wasn't even looking like it was amounting to anything. I was just learning and going. But now I can say some things in French. Do you want to try me? Comment ça va?
Meet Nnochiri Chigozie Solomon, a visionary fashion designer known for delivering exceptional bespoke clothing. Meet Nnochiri Chigozie Solomon, a visionary fashion designer known for delivering exceptional bespoke clothing solutions. He is the director of Gozie Clothing Limited and a dedicated leader within Roadtrack District 9141. Through his work, Chigozie is committed to mentoring creative talents and building lasting customer relationships. With a loud resounding ovation, please welcome Nnochiri Chigozie Solomon. Meet Moses Johnson Ogenemaiga, an embedded systems and back-end engineer with nearly a decade of experience building hardware and fintech products. He is the founder and CEO of Footlink Hardware, advancing innovation in IoT, robotics, and AI. Through his work, Moses is committed to empowering the next generation of African builders to create scalable technology. With a loud resounding innovation, please welcome Moses Johnson Ogenemaiga.
Please join us. Please clap as he joins us. Thank you very much. Okay, let me move a bit closer. Okay. So, we're going to start this session with a question. Okay. So, first question is this. Take us back to the beginning. What did the early stages of building your brand or your business actually look like? And what were some of the things you had to figure out along the way? Speaking realistically, what were the things that you struggled with? What were the things you had to figure out along the way as you managed your business or your brand?
Okay, good afternoon. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. trying to redefine the process, trying to redefine the feelings our customers will be having. And here we are today.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Can you give him a round of applause? So I'm going to try to break down everything he said before I go on to the next speaker. He mentioned passion. It started with passion, something in love. So he went on to say that after passion, he began to build structure. How many of you have been passionate about something before? And then you tried it out, then you felt like, oh, well, passion will not carry this thing and go where it's going. Have you passionately spoken on Instagram and gotten 2 likes? You know your passion here is not really strong. You will not post again for the next 2 weeks. So he talked about passion and then structure, how to take your passion in a way that people will accept it and be able to relate to it. So I hope you picked that point. So, Sir MJ, what about you?
All right, thank you very much, Divine. A round of applause for her again, once again.
Okay.
This is the first time I'm seeing her physically. I used to only see her on Instagram. So, nice meeting you and everybody here. So, like I said, I am the CEO and founder of Footlink Hardware, a technology company. And how did we begin? It was the popular software engineering entrepreneurial trajectory. So, there is a popular phrase they used to always say that most software engineers end up becoming entrepreneurs one way or the other. It's a cliche. It happens all the time. So I was one of those persons. How did I start Footlink? How did we start and how did we get here? Early beginnings. I think this is the first time I'm saying the story of Footlink publicly, right? How we started years ago. So I attended FUPRI, and as an engineer, I was studying electrical electronics engineering back in school. Before I entered school, I had an idea that if I go to the university, I will end up becoming be building drones from scratch. They will teach me, so I'll be able to build drones from scratch, build smart system, build products. My product will full everywhere. So that was my idea. But 100 level, they cut off my idea. In fact, they did not cut it short, they cut it totally out. So 200 level, I realized that I will finish this school, nothing will happen. That idea will go to the grave, and I will go into another thing. Maybe I'll go and say akara moi moi, or do paile work in Delta State. So eventually, 200 level, I got to meet some crazy people like myself, and we're talking, connecting, shaping our ideas, and like they say, a moving man will always meet his what. So we were just moving together, and eventually met some really smart people, and that was where it all started. So I started learning embedded systems on my own, software engineering on my own, and met a lot of people, and we were like, one day, why not we teach people how to build a drone? But first, we have to learn it first. So we decided to learn. And COVID was the turning point. So COVID, I learned about IoT, artificial intelligence, even before artificial intelligence became a play. So I learned about IoT, robotics, spent a lot of money to buy components that would get it done. Then we discovered that that's the pivotal point from you being having a skill to an entrepreneur. I had my own. And the thing was, this problem that you're having, where nobody's teaching you how to do these things, but you want to do them. A lot of young people are having the same problem. So why not solve it, right? So that was the pivotal point for us coming together as a Footlink Hardware team. We started Footlink Hardware when I was in 300 level second semester, but it was just low-key, right? So when we graduated from school, we decided to go big on the idea, and by God's grace, we thank God for how far He has gotten us to today. We have a physical space, we have a physical lab, we have a team of workers, we have staffs, right? So people will be like, guy, how did you do this in all this short period of time? So that it's just a story of dedication and be focused, right, in a particular goal for a very long time. So what you see today is just a product of being focused on a particular goal for a very long time, and understanding the problem and involving the problem and scaling the problem. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir MJ. Can you give me a round of applause? Okay, so I'm able to relate to his story very well because I studied electrical electronics engineering from FUPRI.
And then sometimes my dad would bring extension for me to repair, and I'm like, what do you think they taught me there that I think I'll repair this extension? And one thing I picked from his story is that we can now end up victimizing ourselves and saying, they did not really teach me anything in that school. And then you say, okay, that's why I'm stuck at this place in my life and all. And then we'll give those excuses. Does my father want to hear that I did not teach me electrical electronics in school, so I should end up a failure? So hence, he took out his time to actually go the extra mile to learn how to do this electrical stuff. And that's one thing I want you to get from that story, from his beginning. That some days we have to just do the unconventional thing. We have to do the hard thing, the thing that people are not going to teach us. Because at the end of the day, you cannot blame anybody for your failures. I hope that makes sense. Thank you very much, sir. So, Sir Laefa, to you. How did you start your tech journey? And I like to think that people don't really see Warrior as a tech space, as a tech hub and everything. But I've seen you go above and beyond to do really, really amazing things in tech. How did you go about it?
Okay, sorry, I want to say praise the Lord. Okay, so how did I start my tech journey? Okay, first, I just want to say what tech is, because we might have started, but we did not know we were into tech. Because we only feel tech is when you are seeing codes on a big screen and all those nice, complex stuff. So, growing up, I'm a very inquisitive person. But the thing is, once I learn something, I'm doing it so well, I get tired and I look for another thing. So, I got into school, mechanical engineering, still FUPRE. They gave us a project to do, and I was good with technical drawing with my hands. So they said we should draw the structure. I bought CD paper, drew it, very beautiful. I took it to school, and the lab attendant rejected it, that he wanted the computerized stuff, and I did not sleep overnight because I was drawing it. Okay, I said, let me send it to someone that knows how to do it, to draw it for me. This guy drew it, but his dimensions were wrong, and that was not what I gave him. I was trying to tell him, and he insulted me somehow. I said, I must learn this. Luckily, in 300 level, someone now brought an opportunity that they want to bring someone from outside school to teach us. We should pay, but I did not have the money then. So in front of mine paid, and today I'm still grateful for that person. She paid, and I entered the class with a bag because they had already gone far. So a friend of mine in Marine was not teaching me, so I will keep up. Based on I had existing knowledge of technical drawing, I was seeing what I could use my hands to do. I could see I could just click it and to work out. So it was more like, instead of me using pencil, I should just do a click. And that's why it was so easy for me. I became the best in the class, and at the end, the teacher was like, my students, I'm proud of you. But my mom said, you that say I should not join the class that time. So I continued. So we had a major project that year, and I started doing free work for people because I felt I'm just starting and I was not good enough. And there was someone in the department taking 50,000 from people doing the same thing, and my drawings were actually better. So after time, I stopped because when I went back to classes and other courses, then COVID came. I was at home, I was not doing anything. I was like, okay, let me just watch YouTube videos and become better. I got so good at it that I was literally building my dream house through the software, but my system could not carry it because of the capacity. But over time I learned and got to final year project. I now used it to make money after a very long time between 300 level and final year. So during that period of final year, there was strike. Like that long strike that made us add extra years in school. Then someone reached out to me. I think that day I was very hungry, and someone reached out like, can you do this? I said yes. They now gave me a foreign number. I was like, Jesus, this number is not Nigerian. No. How would I use Nigerian from one other country? And the last person preferred my own to theirs, that they write my name in their report. I was like, wow. So I had this in me. So we moved on and we built the product. And since then, confidence came. But I said I got better because persons came around me and I was teaching them. It was for free, not like I did in a full class. Maybe you have a bug in your code and you come, I will help you with it. And in the process of helping you, I learn and I grow. So I say my growth came more from helping people resolve their problems. And when it's my turn to face that problem, I had already seen it and it was now easier for me. So that's how my tech journey had been up till this moment.
Thank you so much, Sir Layefa. One thing I want us to pick during this session is the principles. So when people tell their stories, there are always principles that you can apply. Though you might not be able to apply that same story directly because my beans does not, I don't cook beans in the midnight. So, but there are principles that you can apply. You can take out of these stories and you can apply. So thank you very much, Sir Layefa. So I want you to know that the aim of this session is to help you know how to build and grow a brand or your business. And I think that Shigozie can tell us more about building a brand because he has a business and a brand as well. I think every other person here. So with this in mind, I'll go on to answer the next question. Sir Femi Otedola, for you video me, Sir Femi Otedola's book. And there were many things happening in the book. We were always going back and forth saying, guy, these are not practical things. This guy has a mom abroad. His dad was wealthy. We're going back and forth. Now, there are limitations that varies for people who have a safety net. So there are principles that rich people can give, but somebody said that if a rich man enters into a business and loses like 10 billion naira, it's going to be fine actually because he has other people around him who can support him. But if a poor man loses 10 billion, he might commit suicide. So now I'm saying that building comes with limitations like money, connections, network. So what was your biggest limitation and how did you navigate it?
Okay, thank you for that question. I'll throw the question to the house. What is our biggest limitation?
Money.
You say? That is same here. That was my biggest limitation. Money. And we'll not shy away from that fact. Money was my biggest limitation. You know, Gose Clothing started from when I was in 300 level. And then somebody walked up to me, a friend of mine, Mary. And then she asked a question. Gose, I know you have this idea, you want to be a lecturer. What about if at the end you don't get this lecturing job? You know that moment where something happened during the day and then you go home at night, you want to sleep and then you're thinking of how your day went. And then that question came to me lying on my bed in Ekosudi, University of Benin. And I was thinking, what am I going to do? I don't want to pile keke. I don't want to come back to Warrior and do what our normal people are doing. And then I slept that night. The next morning, I went to All Saints Chapel, University of Benin. I was reading. I was going through to the toilet, and then there's a passage. And that was where my inspiration came in. And at that moment, something came to me, and I know it was as a result of years of, or weeks of thinking about these things. And then it was follow your passion. As at then, I've not figured out my passion. And as I was going through the toilet, I met a brother. He has left the fashion industry. He's now doing well for himself. And then I met him. Immediately I saw him, I knew this guy was in school and he was running his fashion business. I needed to ask him, how are you doing this thing? And what that brother told me made me had passion for fashion. And then after that conversation with Mr. Divine, upon graduation, I was working in a hotel. After 1 month, during COVID, everybody have that COVID experience. Let me share mine. After COVID, no, I think before COVID, that was when Buhari entered power. There were this recession, like in our economy. And then we're having this bad experience. And the owner of the hotel came back from Austria, and then he said he was using his own personal money to run the hotel. So he needed to lay off workers. And then I was among those that was laid off because I was just employed. He has not invested so much in me. Me and so many other persons. I usually would enter Keke home, but that day I needed to trek to think my life. As I was going, that was when I correlated these experiences. What Mary asked me, my conversation with divine when I was in 300 level, and then this experience, I asked myself a series of questions as I was going home. And then I decided that after graduation, 3 months, I'll look for a job. And if I don't get a job for 3 months, a good job, I'm not talking about teaching, like a good job, because I graduated with a very good result. A good job. If I don't get it, then I would go for my passion. And that was fashion. And as God will have it, 3 months, went to Lagos, wrote different exams. That's why I will not forgive Access Bank. That was the hardest exam I've written in my life. And the score, I will not mention it. Let me not disgrace my family here. But then, Omo, Access Bank, God. But then, the experience, going to Lagos, Abuja, spending money for hotel, writing NMPC exam and those things, I spent all I had for exams. 3 months came and passed. I didn't have that job. And then I went for my passion, which is fashion. It will interest you to know that there was no money for me to learn because house good well. There was no money for me to learn that skill. I decided that during my NYSC, I would go to the north. And then to save myself, I needed to look out for a place in the northern part of Nigeria where there is no insurgency. And as at then, Katsina was top of the list. There was no any sort of insurgency in Katsina. And as God will have it, I was posted to Buhari's village. The reason why I went to the north was so that I would be able to save much. So that when I finish my service, I will have money to learn fashion. Because my limitation, as all of us agreed, our limitation was money, Abi. So I needed to save much. As at then, we were being paid 19,800. I opened Fidelity Bank account because I noticed that there was no Fidelity Bank in Daura, Buhari's village. The next Fidelity branch in Katsina, closest to me, was Katsina Main Town. The transport from Daura to Katsina would be enough for me to feed for 5 days. So it would be foolish of me to want to transport to, because I opened that account without ATM, no mobile bank and all that. So when they pay me my 19.8, I would save 10,000 naira and I will live on 9,800 naira. That time Nigeria was good, very good. And as I was teaching, I was working also in a private school where I was being paid a stipend. So I coupled that amount to the 19.8 and to the 9.8, and that was what I was living on. And upon my completion of NYC, I was able to save 120,000 naira for the 12 months. And I came out, located the place I would learn. I decided to learn female tailoring. And when I got there, I'm telling you the stories how you pick, just like you said, the principles. I went there and the woman said, out of all the places where you see to learn, now where girls fool, you won't call lay, your eye not done. I know they take man. And I prayed about this thing before I left the house. The Holy Spirit said, go to that place. I had to trek back home. I was thinking, is it that I didn't hear God? Is it that this whole thing was not making up and all that? And then as I was going home, a sister in that place told the madam, now so girls there, I made this brother come join us. They had to convince this woman. And the woman asked that girl to run after me, call me to come back. And that was how I was accepted. The journey wasn't easy. Imagine where I was learning, we're over 15. If everybody should come to work, over 17 persons, I was the only guy. And there was a day, or there were a period where they would ask us to go and kneel down in front of the office, hands up, or be waving keke. One happened, and then my madam, it was when I graduated, she told me something. She said, why she asked us to go kneel down, she said something. Who knows say it's too big to kneel down, may go house. She said that particular word because of me. That she thought I wouldn't follow the girls to kneel down. But me, after going to Katsina, eating Nunu and Fura, the heat in Katsina, the cold, if you would want to wash our plate, we have to boil water so that we'll be able to wash our plate. Because you can't put your hands directly on the water. You will freeze out. So with those experiences, I now save 120,000. So somebody said I should kneel down and wave keke. I will now go home. Very funny. So because of how I got that money, I scaled through that process. And then here we are today. And the limitations we are having did not just stop in the learning process. When I started, there were limitations like when you cannot pay for billboards or social media ads, what can you use? You leverage on relationships. Recently, my office is in Agbaro. There is a big signboard at 5 Junction in Agbaro. I called the number back and front for that big signboard. How much will it cost me for a month's advert? The person told me 400,000 for back and forth. For now, the level I am, I would not be so, it would not be a wise decision to take that step. But then I had to leverage on other things. Things like relationship. Where, as a matter of fact, we made this suit, we delivered to him yesterday. And I'll say it here, you have not said, they will clap, you have not sent me my balance. So you send it, I should remind you. That was on a lighter note, I wanted us to laugh. But then, my plan is, once he sends the balance payment, I would leverage on him to get other persons to patronize us. Because I don't have money for billboards. I have small 2K, 3K that I would tell him, if you would bring any of your friend to patronize us, your next patronage, I'll be removing 5,000 from it. That is patronage, is satisfied with the relationship I had with him. Him himself will be able to get me other customers. So that is not allowing my limitation of money stop me from making progress in my business. There are so many other limitations that when you think through it, you'll be able to leverage on the so-called limitation, using it for the betterment. We have WhatsApp. WhatsApp, they don't pay for normal posting on your status. People see and they patronize you. You hear one of the speakers saying he almost sold a private jet via WhatsApp status. So there are so many limitations. Limitations like you may not be skilled in all the area of what you do. I'm into fashion. I have my strengths. I have my weaknesses. What do? I would have to staff my weaknesses. My weaknesses are my limitations. If I'm not good at making suits, I can do well to get people who can make suits. And no matter the limitation you are having, be it money, be it relationships, be it any other form of resources, time and all that, look beyond your limitation. If the opportunity comes, you can staff your weaknesses. If the opportunity comes, you can leverage on so many other things that can help you overshadow that limitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Chigozie. I'm sure we all got that message. I don't even need to break it down for us. So let's welcome Lady Gary. Please put your hands for her. Okay, thank you. Okay, so she's a news anchor, a radio presenter. Okay, I'll just go over it again. She's a news anchor, a radio presenter, an event host, and a planner. So, Ma, I want to answer this question because you were not here the first time. So, I want you to tell us briefly about your beginning, how you started, and how you figure out things along the way.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Sincere apologies, I'm late. I had an emergency, but we thank God I'm here now. So thank you so much. From the beginning, like you said, how I figured it all out. So one person that would say, what have you been given? Go on and use it. In the world now, we'll hear people make excuses, and when you ask people why they're not doing certain things, first thing you hear people say is maybe, I don't have an investor, I don't have a partner, my father does not have money, I do not know anybody. So how I would start is, I know that I speak well, right? And I'd go for NYC. And when I heard him talk about NYC, I started to say, everybody's beginning, started with NYC. It's like they will not scrap it. It's sort of important. But I'd go for NYC. I studied human anatomy, by the way. I'd go for NYC. I'm having a conversation with one of my friends, and he would say to me, you speak very well. I think you should go work in a radio station. And I'm like, work in a radio station? I don't know how that is done. But I did not carry that information and shove it down. I started to make calls to say, where's the radio station in Kefi? I was in Kefi, Nasarawa State. Where's the radio station here? And then they pointed me, go to Maloney FM and all of that. I'd go there, they say, no, they don't take staff and all of that and all of that. Then I'd go to the state station, and before I would even finish speaking, the head of station says, can you resume tomorrow? And I'm like, okay, I'd come. And I'd go on air. I'd resume that day on the radio station. I'd go on air that same morning at the radio station. And on coming back to Warri, I'd say, okay, I studied human anatomy. The plan with my family is go do medicine when you come back. But I'd come back and then the money is not there anymore. We are now saying there's your younger sister to train. You have a first degree. Instead of you to want to use money, you go to do direct entry. Let's look at other people first. So I started to say, okay, with human anatomy, what's the basic thing that we can do next? I go to all the hospitals. There's radiography. It's a branch of it just seemed like for anything you could do with human anatomy as a basis, you had to go to specialize first. So I didn't have that opportunity to go to specialize first. And I continued. I go to my mother's shop. I'll sell. I'll do everything. One day I called the lady I'd worked with at the radio station in Nasarawa and says, what's happening with you now? I explain everything. She say, but there's a state radio station in your state. I say, yes. She say, oh yeah, go there now. So I'll go to DBS Warri and I'll speak to the people there. They say, okay, today is so, come at this time. I go there the next day. They're like, do you know jazz? Do you play jazz? Do you listen to jazz? I'm like, no. And then as I'm going on the way, I get into YouTube. I begin to play jazz songs. See, I resume on Tuesday. I go on air on Tuesday. It was just like that. But what I'm saying in essence is I realized what I had and I was ready to use it. I was willing to learn. So when they say, oh, do you know jazz songs? Do you understand? You're going to anchor a jazz show with Akoma. I didn't go on to say, I don't know jazz. I don't understand jazz. Jazz is not interesting to me. I started to figure out how it was going to work immediately. And then I'll go, they say, oh, you come 6 times in a week. I'm like, okay, yes, ma'am. The next thing is Sunday. Do you know blues? I know blues now. And then they say, oh, yeah. What are you going to say? What are you going to do? Mind you, it was for free. You're not getting paid because you're the one that had gone to say, give me an opportunity to do something. The same thing in Nasarawa too. So whatever it was that I was doing, it was an extra cost to me. But I just took it that, let me learn on this. It's one thing to sound right. It's another thing to know what you're doing in the space that you are at. So I'll come to Warri with knowledge of what it was to be a radio presenter. I didn't go on TV at Nasarawa, but I would see what people were doing. I'll continue to ask questions. I'm always writing. I'm listening. How do these people sign on? How does this person tell the time? So by the time I'm here and somebody says, if you were going to sign on so program, what would it be? And then you go on to do it. They know that this person is not the person we're putting in a learner position. This person has something to offer. This person has something to give. So it's the way I would go on. Same thing with event planning too. When I was at Nasarawa, I was director of socials at the Plateau now, at my CDS. So I'd be the one to do the party. And my party was the only one that people did not get crutch. For other ones, they will say, even core members that are not in this CDS, they came, they made a mess of the event. In my head, I'm thinking, no, it cannot work here. We contributed monies. We want to have a good time. So don't come and crash our event. I go to a particular office where, so now that I'm into events, I know now that, oh, they call those people bouncers now. They're part of event staffing, but I didn't know. But I knew what I wanted to do, and I started to ask to say, if I want to do the event strictly by invitation, how do I do it? Okay, I'll give you officers, they'll man your gates, this and that. I say, other people are doing it anyhow. I want event hall or event center. I would go to the hotel. They say, we would have to do business. I'm like, okay, what is the business? What can we do for you not to pay? So it's like a restaurant. But then if you take the whole space, maybe you bring people that are going to be eating, everybody at that point in time, then you would not pay another money to use that place. So I'm like, okay, let's draw up a cost. And what we did was, it was the people that cooked. So I cannot bring 50 or 60 of my friends to your space now, and you now tell me to pay for the space. So that was what we did. We had a very beautiful party. I think that year was just us that had the most amazing party. Of course, there are MCs, there's a DJ, everything. So I'd come back and start to think that, okay, event planning also is one thing I know that I like. But how did they get into this space? Me, I do not know. I'm there. As I'm volunteering in my radio, I'll see that the Business Women Connect are going to put up a conference. So I'll send a DM to say, oh, I'd want to help, right? I'd want to help. Remember, again, it's what I have, oh, I'm giving. So I'll send a message to say, oh, I'd like to help and all of that. So I get into that team and I volunteer for that event. And then the CEO would call me later to say, Gary, can you come work for me? And that's how my journey into event planning started. And 8-9 years down the line, this is me.
Okay, a round of applause for her. Thank you so much, Gary. One thing that I find similar in all the stories that they had to actually put a lot of effort. I think that one reason we are having this program is that as youths of today, we want the most by doing the list. We just want to make the money. But I can see that Magari actually volunteered in so many places. So she goes, they had to kneel down and wave keke. Like they had to do so many things that if we were to be in their shoes, we would not actually do that. So thank you very much, ma. So our next question is this. Sir MJ, this is for you. You operate in a tech space which is constantly changing. How have you stayed relevant and continued to build credibility in an industry where what works today can be outdated tomorrow? Let me say it in simpler words for people that are into tech. We see the world changing constantly. You can build a website today with AI. And some days I think about it and I'm wondering, do I even want to be in this rat race that this skill I'm learning, the next minute you're telling me that an AI can do it? How long can I keep up? So how do you stay relevant in such an industry?
All right, thank you very much. So, you guys know that the part of tech I am in is hardware, right? I did software engineering. I will tell you the arc about that also, right? So hardware, robotics, how robotics works, robotic operating system, things that are actually not popular. So that's the part of hardware I'm in, right? Internet of Things. So you see these lights that are here. I could create an application and connect my phone to all these lights. And I can be able to use buttons to control all of them, set sequences on how they will operate. Right? So that's the part of hardware I'm in. And that part is very hard. Hardware is hard. People know. So that's the part of hardware I'm in and it's hard. So to even get a job, a hardware job around this vicinity is very hard again. So one thing is you learning it now. How do you want to get a job around this area? So you have to be looking at other areas where you can get a job, maybe using platforms online. I've worked in different companies. I've worked across different countries. I've worked in Ukraine and many others, right, before the war. So the thing is, one thing that has helped me and what has helped my brand, Foodlick Hardware, is continually evolving, right? Continually evolving. There was a time where the only work I do as a hardware engineer is to do final year project for students, right? For students in school. There was a time where the only work I do as a hardware engineer is to be going site to site doing work. There was a time where I was doing civil engineering work, concrete work, right? And my face looked like where this okay, Ajebo. It's a lie, big lie. So there was a time where I used to do solar installation. I'll climb the roof, I work with people, go on solar jobs, right? And there was a time where I decided to start coding, using my mind, using my brain, right? And there's a time where I have a lot of staffs under me, I have people under me, and all of us are working, right? There's a time where I consult and work with Shell, there's a time where I work with Transcorp, all these things, right? You'll be hearing the name, you'll be hearing all these big names, and you're wondering, how did he get the job there? How did he get the job there? There's one thing that has been constant. And the thing is, anything that you find in your hand to do it with all what? Do it all what? Your mind. I'm someone that used to neglect, right? If I get a job or a task to do, I don't neglect it. I will do it no matter how it is. I will go down and do it, right? So that has helped me in tech. Right, that has helped me in tech. I have worked remotely. There was a point where I was working remotely. right, with brands. I will do that job. The money is small. The money is small. We'll keep evolving and evolving and evolving. But one of my favorite quotes says, stay small long enough, you'll be big enough soon enough. So that has stayed with me for over the years, and it's one of my favorites. Just that little thing that you're doing, keep going at it, keep going at it, keep going at it. Now, on the part of evolving, AI is taking over everything. In fact, there's a menace of AI flyers flying around. Yesterday, I was coming towards Bomber Junction Axis, and I saw they were doing a crusade. One church was doing a crusade, and all the flyers they used were all AI. The placards were AI. I was just seeing that AI star, black and gold, flying everywhere, right? Those people, it's helping them, right? Because they will not have to pay for graphic design to cut their cost on graphic designs that they would have done. In fact, AI said, they will write the thing very bold. The message you want to communicate, write very bold. Discover. Very, very big on the AI with gold plated. So you see the message ahead, even though the design is painful to look at, right? But you see everything ahead, right? So I tell my students and the people in my lab, I tell them that technology has come to stay. Now, one of the speakers here was saying something about different kind of revolution, and those of us that are in tech or engineering or basically studied revolution, you know about the first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution, and in the past decade and in the past 50 years, right, one revolution has come to stay, and that is AI. If you try to fight it, you are in trouble. You can't fight it. You can't fight the emergence of AI. It's coming and it's here to stay. It has changed innovation as we see it. Right? When they brought .com, the .com bubble changed innovation as we see it, changed everything. Now we have internet that we are posting our stuff. We have second web, Facebook, WhatsApp. Billionaires and millionaires, they came from all those revolutions. We have another third revolution, which is AI. And I'm happy that at least, even though Africans are not building like high scalable innovations around it, a lot of persons are aware of what AI is doing. At least some people's parents now, unlike last year, can tell the difference between an AI video and a real video. Unlike last year, I said unlike last year, because I know that some parents, till now, they can't, even young people cannot even know the difference between AI video and real video. So, it's an enabler, and you have to position yourself in a place where you benefit and grow from it. Right? My transition journey, building Foodlick hardware, was one thing. I kept on transitioning over and over again, right? I had friends that we learned hardware together, and when they were, I was in Warri, right? When they saw that Warri had nothing, no job in embedded systems to IoT for them, they left, right? They left the place. They went to Lagos where opportunities were, right? They left. They said Warri is dead, so they left. Most of my friends even set up academy where they taught embedded systems, IoT, and AI. After 1 year or 8 months, they said it's dead, Warri is dead, they left. Right? So I had to understand, how is this very hard? What can I do? What is the leverage, right, that I can pull off? And that was when I transitioned into what? Software engineering. So I was now learning software engineering, use software engineering to make money, to back up what? Hardware, right? So I was building website for companies, building website for people that have normal stores, building websites. So yesterday I built website for a university. You see the student portal, the matric number assigning, everything, the payment, everything was done with us, with our own infrastructure, right? So I had to enter into software so that I can make money from there to finance hardware. Hardware is hard because it requires a lot of money. And Mr. Gozi said something. He said funding is a very big problem, honestly. If you want to chase whatever you are doing, funding is always an issue. So what you should do is sit down, map out. How can I get cash flow to actually finance this idea I want to build? How can I get cash flow? Cash flow is something that will give you money steady, right? You know that, I know that a month I have money coming from this angle. And that is why I structured Foodlick hardware. See, I'm giving you a blueprint now in case you want to do business. I'll give you a business blueprint. So Foodlick hardware is structured into 3. We have an e-commerce part where we sell components, right? We know that that is a cash flow that gives us money. We have a lab where we train students. We know that that is a cash flow that gives us money, right? We have a section where we build projects, we build products, we consult for companies that give us money. So even if I don't get something here gives me money. Do you understand? So if you want to actually build something in this tech, you want to build tech, you are in technology, look for cash flow, look for a wedger. If you don't have somebody that is going to wedge you, I don't have somebody that will wedge me. I didn't have. So since you don't have somebody that wedge you, build your wedger, right? Build your wedger and just continually, consistently build what you are doing. So eventually, that was how we break out, and that's the principle, right? I employ, make sure that I remain relevant. I did prompt engineering before Meta AI launched. I was part of the Meta AI team that did prompt engineering to train their AI, right? So I didn't neglect AI. Till today, we work with AI. So look for a way for you to actually continuously evolve using AI and what you are actually doing in tech industry and learn more and more. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir MJ. So I will just have the two last questions to Sir Chigozie and Margari. So Chigozie, about fashion. Fashion is a very competitive space, and there are many people offering similar products and services. What have you done to make your brand distinct and give people a reason to choose you? What do you do differently from other people that make others choose you?
Okay. Praise
the Lord.
Praise the
Hallelujah.
Lord.
Yeah.
Okay. What would do differently? If you would go on Instagram now and check for the hashtag Worry Mobile Tailor, I can bet you that our post will come up. And that is what we do differently. We offer mobile tailoring services to our clients. I made mention earlier that this young man patronized us. It will interest you to know that I left my office in Agbaru, Ugele North local government area of Delta State, and went to his office after Vita Foam around DSC roundabout to take his measurements. And then I went back to my office, we did the job, and then I went back to his office to deliver to him. And that is what we do, and that is what we do differently to get our customers. So at his convenience, or at the comfort of his home or his office, we bring our services to him. I am of this idea, and this is what I practice. I say it wherever I have the opportunity to say it. Christ, we have just one gospel, and it is the gospel of Christ, true of us. And that gospel guarantees healing, deliverance, riches, and so many other things. But yet, Christ, before he left planet Earth, told every Christian to go into the world and preach the... It would have been we having the gospel, and then people outside will see what the gospel is doing for us, and they would come to our light. But Christ said no. He said, with that light you are having, despite the fact we're having just one, go out and preach the gospel. If we're having just one gospel in the whole wide world, and yet we are being mandated, it was an instruction to go out to preach this gospel, and then you are in quotes, ordinary tailor, and we're having over 5,000 tailors in this city, and then you want to sit in your office and expect people to come. That's not going to work. And that is the idea I have. So instead of me to sit in my office, wait for people to come, I go out and get them. And if you even look at churches that carry out this exercise, churches like Winners, churches like Redeem, they don't sit in their church and expect people to. They go out to get people. These churches cannot die. It's impossible. And I took that and brought it to my business. For my business not to die, I have to go out to keep getting people. And then we'll do that via our mobile tailoring service and also reaching out on social media. So if you're out there, our speaker, Mr. Victory, told us that it is expected. We don't just try to push out what you do. Try to push out what you do. And you cannot just, you want to open a shop. You You are opening the shop, buying everything you want to buy. You will not buy Ludo. You buy what? Because you are expecting that when business is down, you and your girls or you and your boys now going to play Ludo. I win you win me. More just stay while away time. No. You don't have to do that. You have to go out. Keep speaking to people. Keep telling people what you do. Keep telling people what you do. I was privileged to meet a king in Delta State, one of the top class king in Delta State. And how did I meet this person? The person that introduced me to this king has never patronized us. And it was a normal, my guy. I'm a member of Rotary International. A fellow member that we just meet with gist. She keeps seeing my status. I keep sending messages to her. She was opportune to be in the palace. And then the king mentioned of needing an outwear that he'll be wearing to an occasion. And then she quickly chipped it in. I know someone. I was wondering what gave her that confidence to want to recommend us. And I can tell, she just said it, consistency. She has seen that we have been doing this thing over and over again. And she recommended us. And the king called me to his palace. And then, this was what happened that interests me. For many of us that think that big people, they don't really spend time on social media, that's a lie. When I stood, before I went to the palace, I had to do rehearsals on how to greet that king. And when I stood before the king, he was sitting in a white chair like this. And then he asked me, what's your name? I told him. He said, what tribe are you? I told him. And then he told one of the palace guards to teach me how to greet. Before the palace guard walked from where he was to where I was standing, I already prostrated and I was greeting him. He was amazed. I was prepared. And then the next thing he did was, what's your business name? And as he was asking me that, he was going online and then he was searching. And this is to you, I'm talking to you, yes, you, that you are doing business. I'm shy. I know they like many people know it how they do. I like they on my own. Hungry never catch you. Unless you get help somewhere. But then he went online, he searched us out. And then the next thing that came from his mouth is, you are registered. I said yes. That got his trust. And then he went further to go through our page. And then you are doing business. You that is out there, I'm still talking to you. You are doing business. You are posting once in a while. Not say you don't get data, you get data. You just be watching reels, posting memes, and all that. I like to the day ghosted and all that. I'm hungry never catch you. So let's try as much as possible to put our business out there. You don't know who is seeing you. Consistency is key. You might be recommended to high places, and boom, that will be that will be a leap to your business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Sir Chigozie. So our general closing question is for you, Magari. Our theme is Kaizen, meaning small steps, steady growth. What is one small, consistent action that has made a big difference in your journey? And what would you tell young people to start doing today?
To kill fear and to keep showing up. That's just the whole thing. The consistent step is whether I'm depressed or whether I'm hungry, whether I'm full, whether I'm not tired or I'm tired or when it's time to be at the radio station, I'll show up. That's what has kept me going. For event planning and coordination, you just could be having a crazy rough time, but when it's work mode, get into work. So if we just say, oh, just be there, show up, and you fail to realize that people burn out, you fail to realize that sometimes people get tired of pushing and not seeing results, then we're not speaking about it generally. So for me, I just know that when I need to get to work, I have to go to work. There are times when I'd pull down the console, then when we work till 12 midnight, and it says, though as you turn off the mic, there's this headache that's just dropping from my head like this, and my eyes will go blur for a while. But you see, when the mic is on, do your work. When you're supposed to do your work, do your work. You can't say, I just feel I say my rest today, so the factory will be short. You won't have the factory for a long time. So what has kept me going is showing up. Showing up. So if you are doing your thing on your own and you feel that, oh, there's no boss to account to, because sometimes when you're independent and you can have days off, you can sleep, nobody will check you, then you want to start to begin to build a system. If you're the kind of person that you know that you do not have that vim naturally, please be friends with that person that will always push you. Be friends with that person that will ask you, why you no post yesterday? Why you they do like this? Sit down, will create caption. Be friends with that person that will not let you go until you bless yourself. You have to look for that kind of person. If you're driven and you can keep going. But if you know that, oh, you're trying to find your feet, you've discovered your style, you don't know how to get it to work, ask questions. Don't die in silence. Don't be scared to ask. Don't be scared to say, I need help. Be in a space where you know that, oh, my people are there. I was telling somebody the other time, I say, then when we were younger, we used to see things online. People were doing conferences, people were doing events. They are just streaming on YouTube. Your data will finish. Your how many MB that you bought. That's how you now wait. Say, maybe if they show the thing for news after, we go watch them. But worry is not that way anymore. Things are happening, and now we want to beg you to come outside. Then there's a problem. So the problem was not ever, there was no platform. Because now things are happening, we have to remind you. We have to ask you. We are not checking. Do you understand? If you want to be a master of ceremony, for example, I don't think that you should hear that somebody is doing a master of ceremony training and you don't show up. Joyce Daniels is a master of ceremonies, right? I'd meet her at that Businesswomen Connect conference. I'd go to speak to her. And then she posted, it was, I think, 2017 or so, 2018. But then I'll see online that they're going to come to do something in Warri. It was either 50,000 or 70,000. I did not even open my mouth to ask my parents for that money because I know nobody's going to give me that money to go. So I send a message to say, oh, please, ma'am, I see you're doing something. Even though I cannot afford to register, how can I help you? Do you understand? Some people will say, help me now, teach me now, do this one for me now. I said, how can I help you? What can I do for you? And then she says to me, Gary, come sit at the table. I'm not lying. I could check. I could go and show you. And on that particular day, see, my mom is someone that, she does not really, you see all these people's Oyibo lifestyle. My mom is not like that. My mom used to sell, like, so it's buying and selling, do your work. So for me, why you don't want to go store today? You go first of all start to explain why you are not going to show up. But I did not think of, oh, would mommy agree? What would I say? That was not the first thing that came to mind. So for young people, we are sometimes too quick to see limitations. Leave the excuse first. Leave the excuse first. Forget that the day that they will do B.I.G Conference is a full market. How will I pass? More for foul. Leave the excuse first. So I'd already gone to say, how do I get in the room? Not even how do I get in the room. I said, what can I do to help, right? And then she says, oh, come sit down. The night before, I even sent her a message to say, do you want me to do anything for you? Is there, because then I'd already started event planning bit by bit. So I know when people would come into a space, you book hotel for them, you'd get them food, you arrange package for them in their room. So all these things, could I help to do them for you? And then she says, no worry, Gary, I'll see you in the morning. So I go to speak to my dad. It's cool. I go to speak to my mom. I explain and explain and explain and explain. She say, start do your work before you go come up for this house. See, let me tell you something. On that particular day, I'd even forgotten whether we were supposed to cook or whatever. But there was banga to pound that morning. So this is me ready. Now my mommy will not ask me. So now me go pound the banga for you. And then I'm crying. This one I'm telling you. I put my clothes in. I pound the banga fast. Like there was so much speed, so much vim. But do you know what? Before I'm even done trying to wash my hands and do everything, my father was already sat in the car waiting to take me. And I didn't know he was going to do that. And I'm sure that kind of support would have come from based off of the seriousness that he saw in me, based off of the fact that I've shown that this place that I want to go to, it is very important. So I didn't go to say, oh, could you take me there? I didn't think that I should ask that. So I was ready. I'd done everything. I say, mommy, this is how far I've gone. This one, this one. She too, she have seen that. I've done it with speed. And this is worry where, you know, our parents would always want to do that two-factor authentication. The truth is that if na yama waka be one go that day, I not go again. That is just the honest truth. So they've given you all of the work, pound the this, do the that, everything. You are done, you are ready. My gown back, my shoes on my feet, I'm done. Oh, I'm going now. There's no excuse to hold you back again. And then I go out and the fireman is there. He just asks me, where is the place? I say, airport this. I go there. I meet other master of ceremonies. Adi Baba would even come that day to surprise JD. And that's how the journey would go on and on and on. So let's kill the excuses first and get into the space. That space you know you want to be at. Get in there. Sometimes some people have money. You will see the money. If you think that money is your problem, you would see the money and you still will not know how to use the money because you don't know how to do the work. Because you don't know how to do the work. That is just the truth. Some persons I know would have gone for, they'll say, okay, one event planners training that they are doing in Lagos, I want to go. You borrow money. This other one they're doing in Abuja, I want to go. You borrow money. This one they're doing here, I want to go. You borrow money. Then you have your first event and you now realize that you have to stay overnight. You say, God forbid, but you know, be me mosquito go bite, I will go house. And then you go home and you oversleep and you come back. And your carpenters that you left to decorate your hall for you, they too, they go home, they sleep. You come back. Of course, whoever it is that you're working for would tell people, say, I don't know, if I say they get they speak English, but they are work na jamayama. They're not quick do the whole well. So all those trainings, all those things, whether you even have it, if you're not there ready to submit yourself to it, it won't work. So please, if you think that it's the finances that's holding you, it could be a valid reason, but let's not look at the limitations first. So kill fear and just go. Ask questions. Sometimes even pray. I know some must not prayer for this one. Because sometimes pray, most of the time you have to discover yourself. Ask yourself, this thing that I have, is it much of a gift? It's something that the devil does to you. The devil could just sit and tell you, not be to talk. Everybody talks now. Everybody used to speak, everybody used to talk. But there is that same talk, that same one thing is what has opened the way for someone else. Is what is opening doors for them. That same one little thing that you think that they have. So there's something you might have, but you're not seeing it. So sometimes just pray. If you feel clueless, if you feel like, okay, BSc aside, job no day, to be honest, what else can I do? Sit and ask the Father, that thing that you gave to me, show it to me, bring it out of me. I want to know it, I want to see it. You might struggle with some things and fail. You go back to them. I saw as well, but there was a time it got too cumbersome. Many things just happened. I say, I can't begin to match everything together. But then if you say, oh, Gary, go back, I could go back. There were times when my master of ceremonies journey, you could not maybe charge so much. Maybe you want to put yourself out there. But then when I look and think that, okay, if I calculate 2 and 2 together, I will sew my dress by myself. It saves me that cost. So yes, maybe I might not have a big fashion house, but I'll not take it that I failed. Because if I need to do something tomorrow and I'm calculating the money is not falling, I'll go and buy the fabric. I'll make the clothes for myself. So even if you know that I tried this one, it didn't work, my love, check again. There is something. Nobody came empty. That's what I want to say to someone. There's someone that needs to hear this now. Nobody came empty. You are not ordinary. That thing that you've seen that you can do, that you think it is ordinary, it is not. Build on it. Pray and ask the Father. Tell the Holy Spirit to lead you, to direct you, to show you. And then when you've seen your gift, start to harness it. Work on it. Leave limitations. If you cannot pay, go online and check for the free tutorials first. Ask questions. Walk up to somebody that's doing something. If we're going to leave here today and one young girl, one young boy comes to Chigozie now and say, sir, look at it. Before I went to university, I know how to do this, I know how to do that. Can I just come around? It's not like you are guilt-tripping him or anything, but he cannot be here. I've encouraged people and then we say kill limitations, and he has seen that maybe a space is your limitation and he will refuse to offer you a space. So ask for help. Reach out to people. Most of us, it's as though what drives us is that I want to be like this person. No, the you that you are, what is it like? Who are the people that when you see back, you look at, you say, this person, it be like, say, he go feel help me. Speak to the person, but you must know what you are asking for. There are sometimes you get into rooms, you have access, the people are there, but what do you want to ask them? Do you even know what you want? If someone comes and says, oh, what are you struggling with? The problem that you have, what do you think is the solution to it? Do you even know the problem? If transportation was the problem that have not brought you here today and you were sat outside, somebody say, why your face be like that? You quickly say, I need 1,500 to get to Mofo. That is what my problem is today. Bam. If the person is going to help you, the person is going to help you. But sometimes, I don't really know. I just feel some kind of way. I'm just down. My mental health is threatened. I think I'm depressed. What is the problem? Find it, solve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much, everyone, for this session. It was very insightful. Please, a round of applause for our speakers once more. Thank you so much, Ma.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Are we still active? I believe we all enjoyed that session. So please, let's put our hands together for everyone involved. And Sargoze wasn't lying when he made mention of going to meet his clients at home, because I'm a living witness. At 8 a.m., at 12 p.m., at 12 a.m., it's always there. Please, let's put our hands together for Sargoze. Thank you very much, sir. So I just found out that even Lady Gary had her own share of parental trouble. She was even saying, sometimes her mama go dey ask her, so now me won't wash the plates. So I believe every one of us here, we even have our own experience of how our parents usually use rhetorical questions to confuse us. Right? So now me won't wash the plate. Try answer first. Just answer. Or let's take, for example, our mother, African mothers. Mothers in the house, not too much. Let's say, for example, our mother, let's say she wants to go to the market. Let's say your name is Tunde. See, agree with me if it's true, because I just want to narrate it. Then she will call you, now always 3 times. Tunde, Tunde, Tunde. She will not ask you, how many times did I call you? You will not answer 3. Then she will not be like, I am going to the market to. There are plates in the kitchen. Don't wash them. Leave them. Let them be smelling. They will not add this part. This part, my mama like this part. If I come back, you will tell me if it's me that born you or it's you that born me. Can you relate? You can relate, Abi? If you mistakenly step out, then when you come back, you see your mom in the kitchen washing the plate. All right. So, if you see your mom in that kind of settings, you already know that you'll be looking for who gave birth to you, true. Yeah, just the Komo house. So moving ahead, I believe we are all learning so far. Please put your hands together for yourself. It's not easy. So moving ahead, we are getting closer to the pitch. So please, I want to make welcome Lemwi for a little overview about the pitch. Please, Lemwi, come to the stage. Put your hands together.
Good evening, everybody. B.I.G Conference. Good evening, everybody. Or is it till afternoon? All right, whichever it is. In the meantime, we'll be having some persons come pitch their businesses to us. This is one major highlight of the B.I.G Conference. Those of us who were here last year, if you were here last year for the B.I.G Conference and you witnessed the pitch, please wave your hands. Okay, all right, all right. It was very exciting. So they would have a limited time to tell us about their business, why it matters, why we should look into their businesses. And please, when they come up, let's do well to encourage them because it's taking so much time. They went through series of screening. So there was the first screening, there was the second where they had to send videos online. That was screened as well. Out of those persons, we had about 13 persons that were selected. Out of the 13, we had an online pitch and 6 of them were selected. Let's put our hands together for them. Okay, so when it's time, they will come up and then we will have the pitch proper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. As she said, let's try our best to support those that will be coming to pitch their businesses. It's not easy to start up a business at all. So, like I said before, when it's time to clap, you clap. When it's time to shout, you shout. Remember the last one? Laugh for no reason. All right, so while they get ready, please, I want to make welcome a special guest of honor in our midst. Please put your hands together as I make welcome Honorable A.B. Joel Tonjo.
Good evening, everybody. Is it afternoon or evening? Okay, it's fine. My name is Honorable Mrs. A.B. Joel Tonjo. I want to introduce myself properly so that you know where I'm coming from, right? And I don't want to take too much time. I just want to do whatever I need to do as soon as possible. A.B. Joel Tonjo, the first female councillor elected from my kingdom. I am an Ijo girl. I'm from Baramatu. So, If you are here and you're a female from my area, can I just see you wave? Just all right, welcome. Please, I need to see you after this section, just to say hi. But I want to tell a story that can relate with you. We have our unique struggles, right? And I'm the firstborn of 6 children. I wasn't naturally the first. Life happened and I became the first at around age 8. And growing up, I said there were some things I needed to do. Now let me tell you, from both paternal and maternal, I'm the first graduate. That means I'm coming from somewhere, right? Now we have a lot of them, but before then, I can boast that I'm the first graduate. So because we're talking about mindset shifts, small, little step, right? What's the word? Small steps, steady growth. That's why I'm giving you all this background information and story. Now I grew up from that family wearing rich, we're wearing poor, like poor, but we don't have money. We can't afford luxury, but we can afford the little things that life can give to us. At least there is food on the table. That's people that don't still have food. So I'm just trying to build on that. Now this is me trying to tell you that life was okay, not too bad, but okay is relative, right? You cannot say you are okay when you know that your next door neighbor is okay. So I can just say we're okay. Now, I grew up in that setting. I had 5 younger siblings, and then I'm the oldest. We don't have a graduate in my family, both paternally, maternally. We're all struggling, and then I grew up and I said I wanted to go to school. I needed to go to school by all means because I knew that I was going to break a lot of patterns, right? Now, this is in 2003, 2004. First decision as a child, I told myself I was going to write WAEC once. My WAEC money was borrowed. So you can understand how the okay is okay. Now, when I went to the market, my mom used to sell at Ogbijo market. When I went to the market to get that money from her, I saw her. That was the last day for WAEC enrollment. In fact, my proprietor didn't even know that I've not paid until that last day. They were coming to do something and it was like, you have not paid. And then I left school, I went to meet my mom. She borrowed the money and gave to me. While I was going back to school that day, I told God, you see this money, you see where it's coming from. I think WAEC was like 5,000, 15,000 then. I said, this is the only WAEC I will write. And this is the last, because I cannot imagine my mom go through this process again. And that was how I enrolled, sat for my WAEC. I was sick all through the WAEC because I knew that this thing is not ordinary. See, let me tell you how serious that was. For the whole 2 weeks, we write WAEC in 2 weeks, right? I am that child that hardly falls sick, but for the whole 2 weeks, I was sick. Now, when I wake up in the morning, I'll be sick, my head, I cannot do anything. If I turn like this is problem, if I do like this is another problem, until I do what? I get to my exam. Oh, when I write my exam, I'll still be very sick, but somehow I'll write. The minute I drop my pen, I'll be fine. I get to the house. In the morning, I'll be sick again. When I mean sick, I'm really sick. That was the day I told myself, you are breaking a pattern, so you will always struggle. Like, it's not like you always struggle, but that is where this struggle is coming from. And if you must break pattern, this is me trying to tell you that you face challenges. So these little challenges you are facing in school, and it's like you are going to die, you are going to break. It's normal. Now, one thing I like to do is I like to talk to young girls. I like to talk to young girls. If you follow me on social media, whatever, I like to talk to young people. I'm a girl person because I've been through a lot. Now I managed to break that. My WAEC came out. I had a good result, like 7 credits, D7. That's the only D in my result. I didn't have any F. And then I went to university. I read the course I didn't want to read, by the way. But I needed to break that pattern. I needed to tell the devil that you will not hold me back in this house, not even for a day. So I went, I read that course, I came out, I graduated. In my final year, another one came up again. But that's not the story. This is me trying to tell you that challenges will come. Now let me tell you very briefly how I wrote my. I've not done 5 minutes. Just give me my time, please. I'm just rushing. So, in my final year, I was always sitting down, thinking of what next to do. What am I going to do? And then one of these days, I told myself I was going to build myself so that when I talk to young girls, they will listen to me. That's my goal. Just to build my life. Let it work. Let it be patterned right. So that when I tell a young girl, you see this part, it will not work. You listen because I have all the experiences. Now, when I was doing my IT, I have this boss that was asking me out. I ran away from that place. This story is going somewhere. But I finally submitted my IT. And then when I wanted to do politics, as at that time in 2017 ending to 2018, I was already an orphan. My both parents had died. I didn't have anybody. Do you understand? Now, I was going to contest election. I've been dreaming this dream for like 10 years earlier. Started in 2008. And then I was going to contest election in 2018, January, for the councillorship position. I didn't have anybody behind me. Now, when I mean anybody, I mean nobody. Do you understand? I was just saying, okay, I was going to contest election. What am I going to do? The first thing is to print poster. That's what I know. I printed posters, put it on air. Even went to one media house and told them, see, if you know Baramatu Voice, it was the first person that posted the news, and everybody, then I was working in the bank as a contract staff, of course. So everybody's like, let her go back to our bank. This is me telling you that people, when you dream, will tell you, shut up. They will tell you, what does she know? What can she amount to? Who is behind her? That was it. And then when election time came, this girl without anybody, it's a long story, but God, divine direction. When I mean divine direction, nobody held my hand but God. Nobody touched me. When I mean held my hand is, most times when you want to do politics, they're saying, don't sleep around, you don't do this one. Nobody just even gave me a handshake to say, fine girl. Nobody. But I became the first female elected councillor with pride. And let me tell you another thing. Because I made up my mind that you see Daniel in the Bible. We are another episode. We are another gospel that God is writing. And this is me telling you that you are already a pen in the hands of God. I am not going to preach, but I'm not also here to motivate you. But I just want this to stick, because tomorrow you will be the one standing here to talk to the next generation. Remember, this is a baton that we're passing. Someone passed this to us, and then we are also going to pass this to you. And that is why you are seated here. Some persons are doing something different, but you are in this conference. And I know that there is a fire that is burning in you. There is you that is there and saying, oh, I like this person. I like the way this person is talking, maybe from tech, or maybe from business, or maybe from media. Whatever that you are seeing that resonates with you on this stage, I want you to pick it up today and say, I can, because she did. I want us to say it. I can because you did. Say it. And this is me rounding off to tell you that the first thing you need, especially for girls, there is a post on my page. I do videos on my page. There is a post there I was talking about the thing that you hold valuable to yourself more as a girl is your body. Hold it all. See, hold it. Today, call it pride, call it whatever. As an Ijo girl, I married an Ijo man, and I walk into any place with pride. Do you know why? No man. I can enter into any room. It's either you tell me yes or no, but there is nothing behind. Do you understand? There is nothing behind that room. That is the conversation. That is where it started, and that is where it ended. It is that decision from that secondary school student that said, I am going to pattern my life so that I would speak to young girls. And that is my mission. Oh. I am just going to motivate young girls and tell them, if I did with nothing, I didn't have anybody behind my back, when I started the race, even though God raised people for me later. But I didn't have anybody, no idea. In fact, even the people that should even speak for me were the ones that were shutting me up. Shut up, what she know? And I'm still the best. I've not seen anybody that has beaten my record as a counselor till now. And now, do you know what that did? It has opened doors for other young girls. They can now come up and say, now my own cousin is now the counselor representing another ward. Because I dreamt about it and I pursued it. I didn't allow fear. So if there is anything you're going to do this evening, please allow yourself to conquer fear. Don't be afraid of anything. No matter the mountain, remember by the Bible, remember the story of David. You are the next David that will do what? Kill the next Goliath, subdue mountains. Keep telling yourself, even if this conference closes by 6, I'll be here. I'll feed my spirit. I will feed my mind, because we are going to have a mind shift. I will feed myself. Anybody that comes up here to talk, I will listen, because tomorrow I'm also going to do what? Hand this baton over to what? The next generation. Please, I want us to, where we are seated, join me as we sing this song. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. And as you are saying it, I want you to prophesy it in your soul, that you see that thing I want to do, whether it's fashion or whether it's media, communication, social media, TikTok, or whatever, you're going to do it with professionalism. You're going to do it because you know that you are impacting yourself. So I want us to clap as we sing the song. This little light of mine. Oh yes, I'm gonna let it shine. Yeah, yeah. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Thank you. I hope to see you at the top.
Let's put our hands together one more time. All right. So it's time for the business speech. And at this moment, I would want us to be very attentive. I would want us to listen to these entrepreneurs. I want us to listen to their businesses, what solutions are they providing, and how they seek to use these funds for which they have come to pitch this evening. Are we excited? Are we excited? All right, so we have six finalists that will be pitching this evening. The first I have here is Steve Agadia of Dark Creative. Please, let's put our hands together. When you hear me call their name, please put your hands together. We have Chikwado Ugochukwu of Iben Laundry. Put your hands together for him. We have Harry Onyemechi of Thorngard Clothing. Put your hands together. We have Ojefo Anita of Annie Feet. And we have Janet Ufoma Solomon of Jero Signature. Put your hands together for them. And then this evening, to make the decision of who will be going home with the money for their business, we have, in no particular order, first, Miss Debbie Agadia. Put your hands together for her. She will be part of the judges for this pitch. She is a brand strategist, an entrepreneur, and media professional. We also have Mr. Elvis Obaro Uti. He was here last year. Put your hands together for him. He is a business development strategist, a systems integration specialist, and technology developer. And we have Mr. Omagbemi Philip. Put your hands together. He is a business innovation consultant. All right, so again, please, let's give our ears as they pitch. And just as I had called them earlier, the first who will be coming up this evening. Now, just before they come up, each contestant have 90 seconds. That is 1 minute, 30 seconds. Don't worry, they are used to it because this was how the online pitch was made. So they have 90 seconds to tell us what their business is about, the solution they provide, and what not. So please, when they are done, encourage them by putting your hands together. If you're not done speaking,
please, the mic will be taken from you. First, Steve Agadia of Dark Creative. Let's put our hands together for him. Media, please, can we have his slides up? Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Research has shown that over 72% of new products fail because of poor design and audience misalignment. Studies and reports have also shown that over $1 trillion is lost annually. Why? Due to poor strategy and bad user experiences globally. Today, million-dollar ideas are conceived frequently. But the big question is, who's designing them properly? Startups are being launched every day. Who is creating strategies effectively for them? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why I started Dark Creative. Next slide, please. Dark Creative is a belief-driven design studio and creative agency. What we do is that we work with visionary founders, organizations, and startups. We help them transform their brands from being overlooked in the market to being one that can stand out and compete globally. Currently, we offer social media designs, brand strategy, visual identity designs, where we build the brands from the ground up, from their logo, color palette, typography, and how these brands are perceived and seen both offline and digitally. Next slide, please. These are some of the projects that we've handled. The visual identity project. Next slide, please. These are also some of our social media campaigns. And so far, we've worked with over 3 fintech brands. We've been able to partner with 2 online communities. We've redesigned 3 top fashion brands. And so far this year, we've constantly designed for 3 religious organizations. Thank
you very much. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you, Mr. Philip. Please, sir. Please, let's... Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, Steve. How are you? Okay. What did you say the problem is again?
The problem is that a lot of businesses are currently losing a lot of money due to poor designs that are bringing out. If you look at society today, especially with the rise of designs,
they are losing what?
Losing money due to poor designs.
Due to poor designs?
Yes, sir.
That's the problem. All right. Who is your competition?
Need clean clothes, but their busy schedules makes doing laundry inconvenient and time-consuming. So I created a solution by creating a convenient laundry service that brings the service closer to the students, laundry pickup from the hostel, and deliver back to students. My primary customers are university students living in the hostels, students with busy schedules, and students who don't have enough time to do their laundry. So far, I've served 25 students, and I've generated 95,000 naira as revenue and 80,000 naira as profit. This month, I've served 5 students and I've generated 19,500 naira. I have 5 regular customers, and students are recommending my service to their friends. Why Zion's Laundry and Services is different is because instead of asking the students to come to me, I go to them. Its biggest advantage is convenience and proximity. In conclusion, I don't just wash clothes, I give students back their time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Mr. Obaro.
All right, thank you, John Above. All right, so let me ask you a question. What are your current challenges? What are the current challenges you're facing right now as a business?
Okay, first of all, I don't have a baby anchor, so because of climate condition, I have to wait till the weather is favorable for me to wash and dry the clothes outside. But if I can buy a baby anchor, I can put it at my corridor, close to my hostel room number, and dry the clothes. Then I also need to get fabric rust remover and fabric stain remover, then washing machine.
This joint, like, you're really going above. All right, so just one more question from me, right? Do you work alone or you work with a team? Do you do the washing and the ironing yourself?
Yes.
Okay. How do you and your student?
Yes.
So how do you manage the time for washing, ironing, and schooling?
I balance both through proper time management. I dedicate my evenings to washing and organize the rest of my time for academic activities.
Both of you can talk. Oh. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Above. Let's put our hands together one more time for her. Thank you, Mr. Obaro. Next up, we have Chikwado Ugochukwu of Iben Laundry. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up stage.
We all know how terrible it is for us this period to wash our clothes and expect them to dry. We also know how tiring it is for students to juggle their academics, their work, and their personal life. This is the issue we have noticed, and that is why I introduced to you today Iben Laundry. My name is Chikwado Ugochukwu Augustine. What do we bring to the table? We offer premium services like we wash your clothes for you, we handle controlled machine drying, we also package it and then dispatch it to the industry.
You still have about 45 seconds left. Would you like to continue?
It should calm down, bro. Right, calm down. Chikwado, see, focus on the judges, not the audience. See, listen, I know we have a lot of people right now, and you're tense. Perhaps you've not faced such a large crowd before to talk. So, right, but you have to convince us. You understand? Focus on us, 3 of us. Yeah?
The problem I'm trying to solve is to offer a 24-hour cleaning service where we take your clothes and in 24 hours we give it back to you. And that is what I've not seen in Warri here. And that is what I'm trying to offer.
Please do not go. Thank you very much, Gochukwu. Miss Deborah.
Okay, thank you so much, Gochukwu. Are you still a student? You just finished. Okay, so how effective has been your 24 hours delivery, even in raining season?
Yeah, basically I've worked in Lagos where we offer 24 hours service like that. And so the competitive advantage it has over other laundry businesses in Lagos is that they have a dryer that they work with. And so if I can acquire this dryer here in Warri, I believe that the business, even laundry business, will stand apart from every other business in Warri.
So aside the dryer, how have you been meeting up with the 24 hours delivery?
For now, we meet up with what is for 72 hours. We've not achieved 24 hours, but then, like I said, we've not achieved 24 hours. But I'm proposing that with a dryer, I can achieve 24 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ugochukwu. Please let's put our hands together for him one more time. Thank you very much, Ms. Deborah. Coming up next, we have Harry Onyemechi of Thorn Guard Clothing. Please let's put our hands together for him as he comes on stage.
Good morning, host. Good morning, judges. Good morning, moderators, and everyone here. My name is Harry Oyemachi. I'm the founder and creative director of Thorn Guard. In Warri, it takes approximately 14 to 21 days to get custom tailored fits. But what we are offering at Thorn Guard is 72 hours delivery. And what we are offering is not just speed. We're offering respect, that when you come into a room with our feet, you own the room. We are proposing, currently we have 45 returning customers. We've launched at 8 months right now. I have 100,000 naira as saved profits. And I'm proposing that I get the cash price to get industrial machine. Because currently I do 3 pieces per week and I turn down 5 orders every week. But with the industrial machine, it puts me faster and get productivity more. I also plan to launch a 6 months apprenticeship scheme where 2 new fashion designers can come to our company and then get the skill of fashion designing, while it also upgrades productivity in my company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry. Mr. Philip.
Good evening, Harry.
Good evening, sir.
Did you make what you are wearing?
Yes, sir.
Looks nice. Looks nice. I was just talking to Mr. Barrow, and we said you are about to take Mr. Shigozie's market. Yes. One question for you. While he was speaking, he said that in Warri, Jesus. While he was speaking, he said that in Warri alone, there are over 5,000 fashion designers. 5,000 in this small Warri. My question for you, what will make somebody that is already working with Mr. Shigozie leave him to come to you and stay with you?
There are 3 points. Number one, my competitors are those who deliver late. Number two, my competitors are also those who charge ×2 for faster jobs. So I believe that with the reviews I have, and I'll be able to get the customer base I need.
You are saying things that time can change overnight. You are saying they don't deliver in 72 hours. The government can just issue a grant now and machines are available. Tell me what will make me leave my top fashion designer in Enugu. He's far away, but I still use him. What will make me leave him and come to you? What do you have that is special about you?
You are getting 2 things. Number one, interaction, relationship. You have to go to Enugu, but I'm here with you. You can see me, you can see my work, you can see my reviews. That's what I have that the man in Enugu does not have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together one more time for Harry. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Philip. Coming up next, we have Ojefo Anita of Anifit. Please let's put our hands together for her as she comes up stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ojefo Anita. I'm the face behind the female fashion brand Anifit. I design and sew custom-made female wears, and some of us seated right here might have 1 or 2 stories to tell about maybe a tailor wahala. Maybe you gave your ashebi of 40,000 naira to a tailor, and few days to the wedding, your dress is still not ready, or you get a case of what I ordered versus what I got. Now, at Anifit, we've taken this pain because a lot of women are disappointed. I mean, the wastage of money and all of that. A lot of women are disappointed, like I said. So we have taken this pain and we have built a brand around the opposite of this. Now at Anifit, we give you perfect fitting. At Anifit, we give you on-time delivery. And at Anifit, we give you neat finishing. Like you see on my dress right now, we give you neat finishing at Anifit. Then Anifit has existed for about a year now, and within this 1 year, we've served over 40 clients. We've gotten an estimated revenue of 400,000 naira, an estimated profit of 320,000 naira, and with this support, I'll be able to get more equipment, for example, a steam iron, to increase my production capacity. I'll be able to build my brand visibility, and I'll also be able to invest in my packaging and branding. Now, Anifit is not just any business. It is a one-time operation that is growing to...
Let's put our hands together for Anita. Thank you very much, Mr. Obaro.
Anita, well done.
Thanks, sir.
You've been in business for the past 1 year.
Yes, sir.
Right? And I don't know, how many returning customers do you have?
I have like 31 returning customers, sir.
31
Yes, sir.
returning customers.
Yes, sir.
And within the period of January till now, I mean, rough estimate, how much have you made as a business?
From January to now, I've gotten about 100 and, let's say, 150, 160K.
And from that 100 or so, I think you mentioned 400K.
Yes, sir.
From 1 year, 400K.
Yes.
Now let me ask, what have you done personally? How much have you invested in your business?
Okay, for investment, I've gotten more support from my dad financially, like getting a manual machine and a manual weaving machine as well. Then for things like iron, I also sell fabrics too. Yeah, I also sell fabrics too, but it's not really part of not really launched yet fully into buying of fabrics and all of that. But I invest my money in that as well. You get? And I've gotten things like
So from your 31 returning customers, are they mostly students or working class? Mostly students. All right, thank you.
Fashion is not just about what you wear, but how you tell people who you are. Good day, sirs. Good day, ma'am. My name is Janet Ufoma Solomon, and I'm the creative director of Jero Signatures. Today, many young people find it difficult to find outfits that suit their personality. Jero Signature addresses this by making outfits that help you wear your personality with courage and boldness. Since 2025, we've served over 150 clients with 30 plus returning clients, 50 plus referral clients, 40 vintage shirts sold, 50% profit margin, and also 50 shirts currently under production. However, due to limited access to certain production machines, the production of this shirt has been delayed. If I get this grant money, it will increase our production rates from 10 shirts to 20 shirts every 5 working days. That's about 100% increase in production rates. At Jero Signature, we believe that every outfit tells a story, and we help you to wear yours with courage and boldness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janet. You were right on time. Miss Deborah.
Thank you, Janet. You made your outfit.
Yes, ma'am.
It's beautiful.
Thank you so much.
So how do you get your customers? Are they students, or how do you get your customers?
Okay, most of our customers are students because I stay around student area, though I still have some customers like working class and all the rest, but majority of them are students.
Okay, so what's your major challenge that you're facing?
Okay, based on the shirt we are about to launch that has been delayed due to limited access to certain production machines like weaving machines, buttonhole machines, etc., etc. So if we are able to get an industrial weaving machine that would scale up our production rate, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we have come to an end to the live presentation of the finalists. Please put your hands together for them one more time. All right, our judges have done beautifully well, and they will be putting together their scores. We will be having 2 winners today for the grand prize of 250,000 naira. That's no small money. Put your hands together now. All right, so we'll have to wait for some time. We'll get the winners, and then we'll come back for announcements. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hope you've been having an amazing time since. Please, let's put our hands together for the people who came out to pitch. Like, I was astonished at the level of courage and confidence. Please, let's clap for them. That was really good. And surprisingly, why were we having a lot of fashion brands? Like, How far? If everybody turned Taylor, who and patronize each other. So I was supposed to give a major session, but time is fast spent, and we look forward to having you. We look forward to having you in our post-conference activity. But please, if you can display my slide and take it to while we're waiting for the judges, actually. While we're take it to, I think, the fourth part. But I'll just say something before then. So based on my experiences, I'm supposed to share a story like I always do. Based on my experiences, working with people, working with students. And first of all, I got my first degree at PTI, graduated in 2018. Then I went to FUPRE, and I did 6 years, graduated last year as a chemical engineer. So all these, going through that journey has taught me a whole lot. I've been able to get jobs. You know that I was telling someone in January here, I got 2 job offers. Last year, I got 3 job offers. I did not apply for them. I didn't apply for them. So based on these experiences, it didn't just come like that. There was a time I felt like I was useless. You know, when Mr. Sampson was saying, if a salt has lost its savor, then what is it for? So it's over time you build value. So now I've put all these things together because I have a lot of people reaching out to me. Jane, I want to know how you send cold DMs, how you reach out for opportunities, how do you position yourself. I'm still on my journey. I'm still open for opportunities. Mr. Savitri, I'm still open for a lot of opportunities. But then from my own experiences, I've compiled it to present you guys a book. Please, let's go to the book slide. Please keep going down. I was supposed to present this better, but there's no time. I'm just trying to use 5 minutes. Now, I've had a couple of people reaching out that, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. How do I position myself? Okay, I've learned a skill. Because you heard Laifa when he was saying that he learned tech. We actually learned tech together. But the problem we saw was that we're not getting jobs, like nothing. Onga wanted to finish us. When I started learning tech, I actually calculated I'll be earning over 5 million naira monthly. Like, seriously, I still have it in my journal. I didn't mean there was time. I would have, wow, the book is not displayed. Please go back to I would share on the community. I'm just trying to hurry. But I have it in my journal. If I had time, I would have shown it to us. But it will be in the book. I'll write the stories there. So, when the month I started learning web development, that month I wrote on my journal that this is the month I'm going to start making 2 million naira per month. And it was so delusional. Because after 6 months, we were not earning anything even close, even data money itself. Because tell me why, after learning and all the promises, I was still going to people's DM, for even if it's internship, that you give me data, at least let me even start. You get? So there was a problem, and the reason Stosu was birthed was because we saw that in the student community, there are no jobs. We have Fiverr, we have various platforms, but like people don't have the opportunity to grow, to network, to actually to just talk about what they do. So Stosu was created to help students learn, earn, and grow. So we started with menial jobs, right? We started with cleaning, we started with basic services, and over time we've paid students over 14 million naira. So I can calculate now. So we've paid millions of naira to students from these menial jobs. But early this year, I had to sit down and think, who are the kind of people I want to raise through Stosu? Because I still have that vision to create 1,000 jobs. I still want to do that. But who are the kind of people that can do that? Because sitting back, we're saying that talent, we have people in the community, but they're not, like Mr. Vitri said, you have people, but there are opportunities, but nobody to fill it. There are actually jobs, but nobody to fill it. So we are now taking this learning approach. We want to invest in people. We want to make sure that the talents can be so valuable such that you can attract opportunities for yourself. And with that, I am happy to announce that I'll be launching my book, The Opportunity Magnet, by the end of this month, August 31st. Oh, media is doing a lot to me. But if you can, King, help me project my book. Oh, I'm shy. Yes, so the first book I wrote is available here. You can go to the stand and purchase it. It's for young people discovering themselves. And likely, I just shared my experiences. A wise man said that you don't write a book because because you know it all. You actually write a book because you want to share from your own wealth of experience, your own knowledge. So that experience you have can also inspire someone to be better. So don't feel like, oh, if you have a book to write, write it, share your experience, share your wealth of knowledge. So this book will carry templates, it will carry different details of how I went through my journey, how I got my first job in 2024 from cold DMs. There was a particular day I sent about 52 cold DMs, and that very day I got about 5 job offers. So I'll be sharing all these details in the book. And right now, if you display the QR code, because I'm not giving free books again, so you can just purchase it for a very, very discounted amount. I'll be giving out today. I will also share this in the community, but it's just on pre-order. We are still putting it in order. So we have templates, you have resources, learning resources, links to resources that you can learn, how you can identify a skill, how you can even send emails, how you can even send WhatsApp messages. Some people till today, they are sending me a message, hi Jane, and they are running away. You expect me to answer that? That's difficult. On LinkedIn, how you can position yourself on LinkedIn, how you can be visible. So I'm packing everything in my head and I'm putting it in that book. So I will be looking forward to welcoming you to my book launch. It will be online on the 31st of August 2026. So thank you so much. There was a video that played about Stosu. Let me just say this in 1 minute. There was a video that played about Stosu. So post-conference activities, we'll be engaging you guys. We have a free community where we do webinars, weekly, 2 weeks webinars, like at least twice in a month, free webinars. Then we have workshops. But now we also want to have a secluded and a more higher experience, whereby we will have people in paid master classes. So we'll share more of these details. There was a video about this playing that with somebody that looks like me, but it's not me. So please look out for that, and we'll send the link. We want you to be a part of that. So thank you so much. I'll be calling on the leader of the pitch competition so that we can have our results. Okay, if they're not ready, I'll just go ahead to start appreciating people around. So please, let's put our hands together for all the speakers so far. Let's put our hands together. Lenwe, are you available? Just be around. Okay, let me just do my vote of thanks briefly. Then we also have Laye come and share. I really want to appreciate everybody, our sponsors, our speakers, everybody. And guys, someone very important to me is here. My mom is here. Please, let's put our hands together for her. See, my parents are like the most supportive people in the world. My mommy called me on Sunday and she said that she sends me money for the conference. I'm like, what do you mean by that? Are you serious? Are you serious? And my daddy has been calling, Jane Alpha. And I'm like, someone told me that, why are your parents not angry that you are doing this thing? It's not like you are telling people to pay and you are making money from it. But they are so supportive. Even if she had not brought that money, last year, she was one that gathered, they were cooking rice and everything. So I just want you to put your hands together for my mom, my dad. I know you'll be watching this very soon. And my siblings. My sister is here. My brothers, very amazing people. And my team. See, I have the most amazing people. Our designer. Please, I'm looking for a wife for King. King is our designer. King is good. King is good. Very, very good. And amazing social media managers. We have Sarah. Sarah said I should give a recommendation. Please, Sarah is good. If you need a social media manager, we have Sarah. We have Lenwe. Amazing people. And please, I can't name everybody, but I'll also do that online. My amazing friend, Honor. Please, Roommate Visuals. Honor has been working with me on this since like January. She would call me every day. Please, let's put our hands together for Honor. Please stand up. I call her the best videographer in Warri. If you need content done, that's Romeo Visuals. Thank you so much. So I'll continue the vote of thanks, but let's have the results. The results are not ready. Wow. Actually, I will be confused as a judge because that was really good. That was really good. I'm hoping that in subsequent years, by the grace of God, because if I tell you the story behind the B.I.G Conference this year, if not for God, I'll just say we're not doing it again. Like, I'll just cancel it. Mr. Victory saw us this morning. Like, everything was almost going bad. This morning, we're coming and police held us. Like, So it's been a lot. So if by the grace of God we do the B.I.G conference next year, we're hoping to get more sponsors because those 6 people were amazing and they all deserve the money. They all deserve it. So I'm really proud of them, and I will welcome moderators. Are you ready to just come up as we wrap up? Please, we have one more partner video to play. Media, let's play that while the moderators are coming up. Please put your hands together for them. My amazing moderators, Rona, a chemical engineer, and Honorable Peace. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, everyone. I mean, before any other thing, yes, she just said I'm a chemical engineer, and that's true. But at the same time, let me still pitch myself, because I just want to use this opportunity. In case you have any event, I do things like this: corporate events, parties. I'm your guy. It makes it easier that I'm a chemical engineer, meaning you are having someone smart. You understand? Yeah.
Clock it.
It's not easy. The only thing I've not done, and I'm looking forward to, is a wedding. And I think as I get to know all of you, I'm going to find a wife give una personally.
You can have a B.I.G.
Yeah, let's get it done. So you can connect with me. You can always reach out to me. I think I'm on Instagram, Big Tao. If you want my number, you can meet me before I go. You understand? I had to pitch myself in case now wants to put me as a winner. I don't mind. All right.
All right. So, am I supposed to pitch myself too? All right. So we had a little giveaway. We talked about you taking a selfie with your partner and posting on the social media page. So for the winner of this competition with 143 likes goes to the big one. Please put your hands together for him. Can we have you here, please?
He big, I be not big. I'm looking at the page. It's a verified account, a content creator. The big one.
I was shocked when I went online and I saw 100 and something like that. How?
Just check him on TikTok.
Please put your hands together for Joshua Daniel. He took the leap of faith and he was the first to take a picture and post. Put your hands together for them once again. Can we have a picture with them? They are going home with a token. Sponsored by Honorable Peace. Clap for me. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Our judges ready? The results, please. Thank you. Please put your hands together as we make welcome Lewi once again.
All right, if you agree with me that the contestants did beautifully well, put your hands together for them again. Okay, our judges have made their decision. And like I said, we have 2 winners for today. First, we'll be having a grand winner and a first runner-up. Okay, so with a total of 246 points, Steve Agadia is our first runner-up for this competition. Put your hands together for him. Please, can we have Steve Agadia on stage? Okay, please let him know so that... And with a total of 278 points, our grand winner for this competition is no other but John Abo. Put your hands together for her. Please come up stage. Please come up stage. Put your hands together for them.
Okay, please let's have our judges on stage to take. I heard that the bus is already close by, so we'll be wrapping up soon. So please. Oh, you are wearing the same outfit. Please let's have our judges on stage to take a picture.
Okay, so one of the sponsors said for the winner they will be doing free branding for them, and the one that did this. That branding is about 200K for free.
Wow.
All right, so we have something juicy that just came in. One of our judges, Mr. Omagbemi Philip, will be adding 50,000 naira to the price of John above, and will also be giving her free mentorship. Put your hands together.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Laye would wrap up while people are leaving. I know the boss is around. But thank you so much once again. Please, I saw Rona pitching himself. Me, I'm also a chemical engineer. I'm also a chemical engineer and I'm very smart too, like Rona said. Yes. So, but you can follow me on Instagram, Jane Agadia, on LinkedIn for updates on my book and everything. More, we say more of this will be coming to Delta State, online and offline. So with this, I'll hand over to Laye for just a vote of thanks, while the people that came with bus can be going. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to say a big thank you to everyone, those who attended, the sponsors, the partners, the volunteers, those that stressed me and those that did not. A big thank you to everyone, and are we going to be seeing them again next year for 2027? Jane, by the grace of God, see you in B.I.G 27. And at this point, we what? Call it a thank you. Wow. Jane, thank you for the sacrifice.
Thank you. The ad video. Please, we have one more ad video. Media, help me while people are here. And while you are leaving, collect numbers, network. We are done. Oh, visit the exhibition stands, please. We still have things. Yeah. So thank you, Laye. Laye is an important member of the team. He's the co-founder of Stosso. I can be listening. There are so many people to thank. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, TLK community. Thank you, the Reset community. Thank you, FUPRI students. Thank you, Honorable AB. Thank you, Sir Victory. Thank you, Mr. Chigoze. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Have a lovely, lovely